I'm a soldier, I'm a man. I carry the nation on my shoulders, traveling to lands both near and far. I'll stand on my post, I'm keeping guard. If I speak to you from far beyond, if I never get to see the rising sun, don't you forget my troubles. Don't you forget the struggles I made for you. So if I die before you wake, the promise I made, I didn't break it. I kept my word to fight for you. If I die before you wake, I'm sorry to say I didn't make it. Remember me, pray for me. I'm your soldier, I'm your soldier. Don't you forget my troubles. Don't you forget the struggles I made for you. Every time you see the flag, a mark of freedom, we used to brag. Somewhere out there a soldier stands, weary and cold in a troubled land. Will you take a minute to pray for me? Will you take a minute, remember me? Don't you forget my troubles. Don't you forget my struggles I made for you. So if I die before you wake, the promise I made, I didn't break it. I kept my word to fight for you. If I die before you wake, I'm sorry to say I didn't make it. Remember me, pray for me. I'm your soldier, I'm your soldier. Don't you forget my troubles. Don't you forget my struggles I paid for you. Oh, oh, oh. Don't you forget my struggles. Don't you forget my cares. I did it for you. Please don't forget our struggles. Don't forget my troubles. Don't you forget my struggles. I did it for you. I'm a soldier, I'm a man. I carry the nation on my shoulders, traveling to lands both near and far. I'll stand on my post, I'm keeping guard. If I speak to you from far beyond, if I never get to see the rising sun, don't you forget my troubles. Don't you forget the struggles I made for you. So if I die before you wake, the The promise I made, I didn't break it. I kept my word to fight for you. If I die before you wake, I'm sorry to say I didn't make it. Remember me, pray for me. I'm your soldier. I'm your soldier. Don't you forget my troubles. Don't you forget the struggles I made for you. Every time you see the flag, a mark of freedom, we used to brag. Somewhere out there a soldier stands, weary and cold in a troubled land. Will you take a minute to pray for me? Will you take a minute, remember me? Don't you forget my troubles. Don't you forget my struggles I made for you. So if I die before you wake, the promise I made, I didn't break it. I kept my word to fight for you. If I die before you wake, I'm sorry to say I didn't make it. Remember me, pray for me. I'm your soldier. I'm your soldier. Don't you forget my troubles. Don't you forget my struggles I paid for you. Oh, oh, oh. Don't you forget my struggles. Don't you forget my cares. I did it for you. Please don't forget our struggles. Don't forget my troubles. Don't you forget my struggles. I did it for you. So if I die before you wake, the promise I made, I didn't break it. I kept my word to fight for you. If I die before you wake, I'm sorry to say I didn't make it. Remember me, pray for me, I'm your soldier. I'm your soldier. Don't you forget my troubles. Don't you forget my struggles. I paid for you. Oh, oh, oh. Don't you forget my struggles. Don't you forget my struggles. I did it for you. Oh, please don't forget our struggles. Don't forget my troubles. Don't you forget my struggles. I did it for you. I'm a soldier, I'm a man. I carry the nation on my shoulders, traveling to lands both near and far. I'll stand at my post, I'm keeping guard. If I speak to you from far beyond, if I never get to see the rising sun,
which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses.
teach me how to pray. Teach me how to worship right. Lord, I'm your baby. You called me your baby. Teach me how to pray. Teach me how to worship right. Lord, I'm your baby. You called me your baby. Oh, all I want is you. All I want is you. Breathe upon me. Breathe upon me. You're my everything. You're the life I live. Breathe upon me. Breathe upon me. Tell me what to say. Show me how to live for you. Lord, I'm your baby. You called me your baby. Yeah. All I want is you. All I want is you. Breathe upon me.
You to this international CSR conference put together by His Love Foundation, the CSR arm of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. My name is Babajide Benson, and it's a privilege to be the Master of Ceremonies for this occasion. To get started, I'm going to respectfully request that in Jesus' name you put your phones on silent or vibrate mode. If you use an iPhone 15 or 16 or 17 or 18, please put your phone on silent. If you use a Samsung Fold or Flip, please put your phones on silent. If you use itel or Oppo or Infinix or Tecno, off your phone. Like, put it off completely. Okay, remove the battery from the phone. Put the phone in your bag and put the battery in your pocket. Yes. Those phones have a way of just coming alive. Those phones that can work as radio, TV, DSTV decoder, data bundles, and everything. All right, that's on a lighter note. I respect the handsets that you use. So our phones are off. As a mark of respect for our country, we will rise for the national anthem. And what that means is that when the national anthem begins, there will be no form of movement. Ushers, please take note. You kindly ask our guests who are coming in, once the national anthem is on, to please hold on and respect the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Shall we please rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? You please stand, if you can, at attention. No movement. National anthem, please. Thank you. You may please take your seats. You are welcome once again. It's His Love Foundation, the maiden edition of the International CSR Conference. As a foundation, we have touched almost every sphere of life. The 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals have guided our impact and our outreach in different communities across Nigeria. Again, we are the CSR arm of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. And we're in church. We're in a church auditorium. And there's no better way to start the event after the national anthem by committing this ceremony into the hands of Almighty God. It's therefore my pleasure to welcome for a short opening prayer Dr. Tokunbo Adesoya. Please put your hands together for him.
Praise the Lord. Can we rise as a mark of respect unto God? Heavenly Father, we thank you for our gathering today. Our gathering, O God, is unto you. Your word says we should go out into the world and look after the less privileged. This is our desire, O God. This society or this organization, His Love Foundation, is to do that, O God, to feed the poor, to visit the prisons, to visit the sick, to clothe the naked. Heavenly Father, empower us, O God, to be able to do your will. That we, O God, that you have blessed, may remember the ones that are lacking. Lord God Almighty, we commit this occasion into your hand this morning. Grant to the speaker, Lord, your wisdom, that you will speak directly to our minds, that we'll be able to live here to do that which you have purposed for us. I ask this, Lord, in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adesanya. I'll take a moment to acknowledge the presence of some persons, and it will go on at different times in the course of the event. First of all, it's my pleasure to recognize the chairman of His Love Foundation and senior pastor of the RCCG, City of David, Pastor Idowu Iluyomade. Please put your hands together for Pastor Iluyomade. At the core of what he does is CSR. He not only does it, he lives it, he breathes it, he teaches it. And today, he's our keynote speaker. We've brought him all the way from Montreal in Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge Professor Wayne Dunn with a round of applause. It's also my pleasure to recognize the Consul General of the Canadian Deputy High Commission in Lagos, represented by the Senior Trade Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Didembolo Zaya Koyena. Please put your hands together for him. Also from the Canadian Deputy High Commissioner, from the Canadian Deputy High Commission, we have the Trade Program Coordinator, Mwanya Nanka. Please put your hands together for her. We also have royalty in our midst. We have the Olopon of Iru Kingdom, High Chief Olumide Oniru Kabiyesi, Kadekbelori Kibata Akbelese, Kirukere Akbelowo, Kashe Akbelenu. Also with the High Chief from Oniru is the Alawe of Iru Kingdom, High Chief Adebayo Alda Kabiyesi. You're welcome, sir. Both of them are representing the Oniru of Iruland, Oba Omogbolan Lawal Abisogun II. We will take more recognitions as we go ahead. It's now my pleasure to invite you to please enjoy this brief documentary of the impact of His Love Foundation across Nigeria. We are in all 37 states of Nigeria. Please don't quote me. I'm the only one who's saying that there are 37 states in Nigeria. But because of the love in our hearts and the joy that people have to give, we've been able to impact people in education, in health, in correctional centers, in rehabilitation, and what have you. If the documentary is ready, please play it down. Thank you.
The United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals is built on the principle of leaving no one behind. These goals are at the core of our social responsibility. We are His Love Foundation, a global charity. In healthcare and well-being, for instance, we have donated intensive care units to 4 teaching hospitals. These include Lagos State University Teaching Hospital.
They renovated the place, gave us some equipment, monitoring equipment, changed the beds, did the lighting and the flooring.
It was actually very, very gratifying.
Plateau Specialist Hospital, Jos.
Really appreciate what they have done. They have turned around everything that was old. Now a new one is coming.
University of Medical Science Teaching Hospital, Ondo.
They are very recent machines. So this one is specifically for patients who will require intensive care units and will also require renal support.
And Health Center, Mowe, Ogun State. We built the Healing Stripes Hospital, opening with 10 dialysis machines, offering dialysis at subsidized rates and a lot of times free of charge.
I want to thank God for the hospital, Healing Scribe, for how they have helped me. And if not for them, I wouldn't have been alive today.
Collaboration with hospitals across the globe for critical surgeries and kidney transplantation. With 828 million people going to bed every night hungry, according to the United Nations, we have opened free daily feeding centers where the hungry could eat once a day, free of charge.
I've been coming here for 7 days. The food they always give us is plenty.
I don't come here for 2 weeks. The food good, the chop well.
And 49,311 centers across Nigeria for collection of food items free every Sunday. Plus, feeding 50 million people outside Nigeria since 2018. At KDAM, we are rehabilitating victims of drug addiction.
I was a poly drug addict until finally I got introduced to cocaine.
December 1969, I had the taste of tobacco for the first time. By 1983, I entered coke, and that was the end of the story.
I appreciate KDAM for making me to find Christ, in whom I find purpose.
I got fed up and I was contemplating suicide. It was that time that I met KDAM.
Supporting prisoners' education from O-level, GCE to tertiary institutions.
I'm studying peace studies and conflict resolution. I want to become a peacemaker in society.
Built an ICT center, a chapel, and a library, while providing 5,000 meals for them every Sunday. Refurbished and equipped their hospital, provided an ambulance, a power generating set, plus 48 solar-powered lights. We're passionate about quality education for indigent children, building free schools, providing free meals and uniforms to pupils with disabilities.
Thank God for HLF. Now I can speak English and read.
And for those without clean water, we have constructed 8,698 boreholes.
We have been very happy with the water here. Even our wives, our children, they are all very happy.
His Love Foundation has also embarked on strategic social enterprise, an intensive vocational training and empowerment program in various fields.
It was a 5-week training, and we were trained on the best international practices on masonry and construction.
We have trained 530,360 young people on these vocations as at April 2024. In all, we have executed 2,199,480 projects in 6 years. With 70.9 billion naira spent, we still want to do more. We are now reaching out for partners. If you can commit to give 1,000 naira every month or 12,000 naira for 1 year, you are a partner. If you commit 12,000 naira at once, you'll get 1 million naira personal accident insurance, plus 100,000 naira reimbursement for medical expenses, courtesy our insurance partners. For details, visit our website. His Love Foundation.
$79 billion investments in education, in health. Did you hear the child who said, I have been coming here for the past 7 days? Did you hear that? Did you hear the person who said he tasted Coke in 1979 and that was the end? No, sorry. Started with Coke in 1979 and started with something in 1979. By 1983, he had graduated into Coke, yes? And that was the end of his life. Now imagine if His Love Foundation did not exist. Please, they deserve a fantastic round of applause. 79 billion from contributions like people like you and I, a token 1,000 naira monthly. 79 billion. It's not up to the money that some people used to pay their children's school fees up front. I didn't say anything. It's now my pleasure to welcome the chairman of His Love Foundation to give us a peep into what they have done and will continue to do. Please welcome Pastor Idowu Iluyomade.
Praise the name of the Lord. Let's clap for Jesus. Hallelujah. Thank you so much for attending, and I'd like to salute all those that are online also. I'd also like to salute my sweetheart of 44 years, Pastor Dr. Shiju Iliamade, who is supposed to be with us. If you are talking about sustainability, staying with one woman for 44 years, I think that's what you call sustainability. Praise the name of the Lord. I'd like to welcome every one of us to this maiden conference, an international conference, and it's themed Driving Collaboration for Sustainable Development. And this conference, as you all know, is being hosted by His Love Foundation, which is the charity arm of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I'd like to appreciate our General Overseer, Pastor E.A. Adeboye, and his lovely honeysuckle of well over 50 years, Pastor Fulu Adeboye. Can we just clap for Jesus, for our fathers and mothers? Amen. Hallelujah. And interestingly, the keynote speaker of today and my team, we interacted for the very first time many years ago, I think 2018 or 2019, when he had a conference at the Canadian Embassy, and was the first international conference that we were attending because we had just been birthed then. And it was a wonderful conference that left a lasting impression on us. And we kept in touch. And that is why when this conference came up, we said, that is the person that would help us to drive this conference. Once more, can we just appreciate Professor Windon? Amen. Hallelujah. Praise the name of the Lord. So the question that we are asking is that why are we here? Why do we do CSR? And what is CSR? Most people, when they hear CSR, they think of corporate social responsibility. But we have been able to make a case for Christian social responsibility, which is what we call our own type of faith-based CSR. You see, years ago, we discovered that the term CSR should be Christian social responsibility and not corporate social responsibility, because the fundamental principles of CSR are enshrined in the most salutary injunction of God to love your neighbor as yourself. And really, on a lighter mood, we can say that CSR began from the very, very beginning when God bridged the infrastructure gap by creating bright lights that positively impacted and still impacts our world till today. When in Genesis 12 he said, "Let there be light." Praise the name of the Lord. But you see, like many contemporary words, the word company, that is the fulcrum of corporate social responsibility, has its root in Latin and is derived from two words, cum and panis, which means breaking bread together. So we believe that the origin of CSR, breaking bread together, that has communal and social connotation, that speaks of the way of life of the early Christians, must have its roots way back in the beginning, thousands of years ago. Because in the book of Acts, we believe that we can see how people were living together, sharing things together. And this was predated by what happened in Leviticus 25 and 35, which was written by Moses about 1300 BC. The Bible says that there was communal living, and even the poor that find themselves into poverty needed to be helped like a stranger. So this way of life had endured even before the first and the oldest company in the world, called Congo Gumi, was incorporated in 578 AD. That's less than 2,000 years ago. So, in defining CSR, we would say that Christian social responsibility is a faith-based obligation to meet ethical and societal needs through the demonstration of love, and the kind of love that positively impacts the environment, the communities, and individuals. So for us, simply put, CSR, Christian social responsibility, is love in action. We've been able to change this narrative so much that the term Christian social responsibility has caught the attention of major institutions like the BBC, that came to do a documentary on our own type of CSR. Apart from that, the big Ivy League universities also have been able to do documentaries and research using our organization as a case study. For example, Cambridge University, they did a case study on us, the case of religion and development in Nigeria through the case of RCCG. Virgil University in the Netherlands, their own was social praxis in holistic Pentecostal missiology, an evangelical perspective on mission practice of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG in Nigeria. Ashbury Theological Seminary in Kentucky, USA, there is how are the fastest growing churches in Nigeria intersecting or interacting with the poor with poverty alleviation. And our own University of Ife, that I'd love to call it, in my days, we used to call it Great Ife. And if you went to University of Ife, if you are here when I say Great Ife, you say great. Great Ife, great. So, but now they call it Obafemi Awolowo University. They did a study of corporate social responsibility practices in selected organizations in delivery of infrastructure projects in Lagos State. And they were all attracted because we stood out and said that this thing really should have its roots in how the way of life of early Christians was. And for us, we choose to call it Christian social responsibility. However, whether it's Christian social responsibility or corporate social responsibility, we thank God that there's an alignment as both terminologies seek to create stakeholder engagement, business value, social value, and environmental stewardship. So whether you call it corporate social responsibility or Christian social responsibility, we have the same focus, and that is why we're all here today. Now, one thing that is most important in life, in business, is you need to know your purpose, the why you are doing something. If you do not know the why, it's not likely that whatever you are doing will endure or will be sustainable. So for us, we discovered the why. And it is because we know the why we're doing CSR that makes our vision sustainable to endure and meet the future, present and future needs of our society. For us, CSR is compelling. And our why or our purpose, why we're doing it, is first that it's a matter of life and death. And why do we say this? Because at the end of the age, when we all pass from this world, the Bible tells us in Matthew 25, 41 to 46, that the questions they're going to ask every one of us, whether corporate, CEO, or member, or an individual in society, on Judgment Day, is CSR questions. And you can see all that in Matthew 25, 41 to 46, Matthew 25, 41 to 46. They will ask simple questions like, I was hungry. Did you pick up a burden for me? Did you feed me? I was poor. Did you care? I was thirsty. Did you give me drink? I was a stranger. Did you create shelter for me? I was sick. Did you pick up a burden for me? Did you visit me? I was in prison. Did you care? You know, these are all CSR questions. And they've told us in advance that when you get to heaven, your passage to heaven is if you can answer these questions. If you cannot answer this question with data that are being checked and being written even in heaven, then I pray not, your home will be in hell. That is why for us, it is compelling. We just must do CSR. This is our why. And this is why we're so driven, we're so passionate, we're focused, and continue to do CSR with or without any financial prowess. We see a compelling future, and because we can see it and we can start it, we connect this work called CSR with our hearts, our time, our energy, our resources, our skills, so that we can bring this dream of the future to pass without any compromise. Now, today's conference is themed Driving Collaboration for Sustainable Development. Sustainable development can be defined as meeting the needs of the current generation without compromising on the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. There's an emphasis on sustainability, which creates a balance of meeting present needs without compromise of the future needs of generations yet to come. So basically, how do we solve today's problems without creating a problem for tomorrow? You can see all the problems created by global warming, and now people are going green and doing things. It's because they are thinking of sustainability and how solving the problems of today will not affect those that are coming tomorrow. So it is important when we are thinking of sustainability development, we must support the long-term goal with implementation of systems, frameworks, and support for global, national, and local entities. And one of the ways that we are preferring to do this is by driving collaboration. We have collaborated over the years with various other foundations, and those foundations, we shared common goals and shared values. Today, we're not merely participants in a conference, we are architects of the future. Each one of us represents a piece of a puzzle, a vital cog in the machinery of progress. And it is through collaboration, through synergy of ideas, of resources, of networks, of expertise, that we'll be able to pave a way forward to the future that we desire. His Love Foundation, our foundation, is the image of effective and transparent collaboration. We have over the years collaborated with other foundations and stakeholders, and some of them are here in order to achieve a win-win situation. Now, what makes HLF, His Love Foundation, attractive? It is because in Nigeria alone, we have footprints and offices in over 49,311 centers spread in 36 states and FCT in 650 local government areas in Nigeria. I think we need to clap for that. Amen. Hallelujah. That is a huge spread. Amen. And we also have footprints in 197 nations of the world. And over the years, last 6 years, we have spent over 70 billion naira, which, depending on the kind of translation, is well over 50 million US dollars on 2,199,480 projects. That's over 2 million projects, covering all the key areas that align with the United Nations SDG goals. We operate in education, that is SDG 4, health, SDG 3, hunger, SDG 2, prison or corrective centers, SDG 2, SDG 3, 4, 16, and 17, social enterprise, SDG 1, and SDG 8, and Rehabilitation, which is SDG 5 and SDG 16. Let's just clap for Jesus for this. Amen. Hallelujah. And our reporting model is top-notch. We report our activities through a very transparent and centralized data gathering portal every day. And we collect everything every month. It's secure and easily accessible. Our reporting follows the global reporting standards. That's what we call GRI. So no matter how dedicated or well-funded a singular organization may be, we cannot aim to tackle the complex issues we face in our world alone. It's the understanding that by pulling our talents, our resources, our perspectives together, that we can achieve far more together than we could ever do apart. They say that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. We are better together. Any organization that chooses to partner with us does not have to set up offices or hire staff or foot soldiers in any of the 36 states of our nation and the FCT, or in any 197 nation of the world where we already have footprints. This necessarily reduces any amount you could have budgeted for building infrastructure and getting staff to support your good works. We can do this for you. And that is why they call us the beautiful bride. Let's clap for the beautiful bride called HLF. Now, collaboration is more than just a means to an end. It's a mindset, a commitment to shared goals and collective action. It requires us to set aside ego and territorialism in favor of cooperation and mutual support. It challenges us to listen as much as we speak, to learn from each other, from our successes, from our failures, and to embrace diversity in all forms. We need to collaborate on projects that address common sustainability goals and priorities, thereby maximizing impact. We need to share best practices, lessons learned, and successful strategies to promote knowledge, exchange, and continuous improvement, while sometimes we need to co-create solutions to sustainable challenges by the time we begin to network. And we find out that innovation will be promoted, initiatives become effective and sustainable in the long run. And by this doing, we'll be able to establish metrics and indicators to measure the impact for collaboration initiatives. Today, as we embark on this journey together, let us be guided by the spirit of collaboration in all that we do. Let us seek our common ground, build bridges across divides, forge partnerships that transcend boundaries. Let us harness the power of technology, innovation, and grassroots activism to drive meaningful change in communities around the globe. People of God, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that I believe that this is the first time that NGOs and all kinds of companies and businesses are called together to see how they can collaborate. And I pray that at the end of it all, we'll achieve the vision of this conference. So I welcome you once more to this conference, and we look forward to joining our hands together for the greater good and a brighter future for this generation and indeed for the future generations to come. So, finally, when you think CSR, think driving collaboration for sustainable development. Think first HLF, His Love Foundation. We are better together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pastor Ido Iluyomade. It couldn't have been better said. And goal 17. of the Sustainable Development Goals talks about partnership for the goals. That is an open invitation that has been extended to everyone, corporate individuals, by Pastor Iluyomade. HLF is the beautiful bride. You don't need to set up offices across the Federation. Make us your foot soldiers, and we will go the whole 9 yards for you. Thank you very much again, Pastor. Today, after the keynote, we're going to have an A-list panel discussing 3 very topical issues: entrepreneurship, health, and school feeding. As you know, school feeding has become a very big initiative which would help us to attain having more children in school, because education is one of our major challenges, and HLF plays a very significant role in that space. That panel is going to have the following persons who I'd just like to acknowledge their presence. Please, if you're here, just stand to be recognized. The country representative of Nutrition International, Mrs. Ayodele Gbemileke, please stand to be recognized. There she is, on my right. We're going to have the executive chairman of the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board, Dr. Hakeem Babajide Shitu. Please stand to be recognized if you're here. If not, we're going to have a food safety specialist, Mrs. Idowu Alaba. Please stand to be recognized. Thank you. We're also going to have the CEO of Kamari Nutrition Consult, Mrs. Amaka Okwesileze. Please put your hands together for her. The second panel is going to be focused on health, and there's no other organization that has done a lot in that space corporately than the MTN Foundation. We have the Executive Secretary here, Mrs. Oduayan Sonya. Please recognize Mrs. Sonya. We have the State Coordinator of the Society for Family Health in Nigeria, Mr. David Shegun Ayinde. Please stand to be recognized. We also have the Senior Analyst from the Clinton Health Initiative, Mr. Olatunji Oluyide. Please stand to be recognized. And last but not the least, on the health panel, we're going to have the Zonal Coordinator of the National Health Insurance Authority, and this person will be represented by Mrs. Aisha Abubakar Haruna, the Deputy Director, NHIA Lagos. Please stand to be recognized. The third and final panel will be on entrepreneurship. We're going to have the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, Mrs. Feishayo Alayonde. We're going to have the Country Director of the United States Africa Development Foundation, Mr. Andrew Echono, and the founder of Macintosh Consulting, Mrs. Tosin Ifesoya. And last on that panel will be a partner of the German industries in Nigeria, Mr. Tola Oni. So give all of them a warm round of applause so that they can prepare, and when it's time for their panel, they will do justice. And one of the things that Pastor Iluyomade said is that it's important that we should know our why. Why are we here? What is the purpose for which we are doing whatever it is that we're doing? And I can assure you that there's one man who knows what he is doing and why he is doing it. He has done it across the nations, supporting corporations, and individuals. And he's done it to the extent of setting up the CSR Institute. It's now my pleasure to invite for the keynote address our keynote speaker, Professor Wayne Dunn. Please put your hands together for him as he comes, and get your pens and papers and devices ready to take notes. Okay, so you turn it by yourself. Yeah?
Okay. Hello, everyone. How's the sound? So I can't stand behind there. I'm honored. Pastor, congratulations on the work that you've done, the people you've brought together, and the team that you've assembled with you to create all of this impact that we're seeing. I have to wake my computer up. It was sleeping. Okay, I don't know if this clicker is going to work or not, but if not, we'll get through it. So I want to talk today. We've heard such a compelling case for really what is the golden rule. It's doing unto others as we'd have others do unto ourselves. That's really the basis of it. Pastor spoke very eloquently about knowing our why, knowing our purpose, knowing why we're doing it. I want to talk about the why for business. I want to talk about the why for corporate social responsibility. I want to talk about what has driven that, and then how there is such a natural, almost, collaboration with what is being done by the foundation and by others, on how by collaborating we can do more, we can achieve more, and we can impact more. We can impact society and the environment more. So this was working a while ago. We've all, from the business side, we hear a lot of language around this. We hear a lot of language around sustainability, whether it's corporate social responsibility or sustainable development or environment, social and governance, ESG, or social license, or shared value, or social impact. Let's just set that aside and remember, as Pastor said, that it's all about value. It's about social value. It's about environmental value. It's about business value. It's about Christian values. It connects across. So I'm going to go very quickly through some of what has driven businesses of all types and all over the world to be paying a lot more attention to issues of sustainability and social responsibility. To do that, I want to step back a little bit and just think of the world. Think of the last 50 or 60 years. I know, the phone that's there, it's not that long ago that we had those phones. In fact, the village I grew up in northern Saskatchewan in Canada, we didn't have those phones until I was a teenager. It was very isolated. But we used to do all of our communication with letters. And suddenly the world has changed. We have, every one of us has in our pocket, on silent, remember on silent, or maybe with the batteries out for some of you, but every one of us has more communication power than CNN had when it started. You think of that. We have more communication power in our pocket than CNN had when it started. And that's part of what has really driven this issue for companies, because business is about creating value for shareholders, but as communication has become all-encompassing, everywhere is able to communicate with everywhere instantly, it brings the actions of corporations to a broader audience, and you're seeing that the expectations of society are shifting. Everywhere I speak, I teach, I work around the world, and I have for a long time on these issues. And I quite frequently ask audiences, whether it's in Indonesia or South America or Europe or Africa or Dubai, are the expectations of society towards business increasing, staying the same, or decreasing? Is society expecting business to do more, have more social impact, to be better at becoming an environmental steward, or are they staying the same? Everywhere, people are saying these expectations are increasing. Business is under increasing pressure to deliver social value and environmental stewardship at the same time as it's delivering business value. Not that business's role, that business's job is just to do social impact, it's not just to do environmental stewardship, but it's also set up now so that if you're not addressing social issues well, if you're not addressing environmental issues well, it becomes more difficult for your business to sustain and prosper in the long run. It used to be not so long ago that business could do a little bit on the side and really focus on the path to profit and not have to. The path to success has shifted, and business success really passes through social impact and environmental stewardship. And if business is not getting those issues right, they face increasing pressure and increasing risk. As part of this, a couple of new frameworks have emerged that have really become important for business, for all of us. And Pastor spoke to one of them, the Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations came together first in September 2000 for the launch of the new millennium, and all of the member nations of the United Nations unanimously adopted the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals, a set of 8 principles that guided development with a 15-year time frame. 2015 was the 15th year, and the world came together at the General Assembly of the United Nations in September 2015 and adopted the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which form the development framework for the planet. And unlike the MDGs, the SDGs were set up, as Pastor said, to ensure that none are left behind, and set up to not just be an instrument of government and civil society, but also to include business, to include everyone in this goal. And the SDGs are a very valuable framework for business. Business is under increasing pressure to deliver on social impact, on environmental stewardship, on community value and impact. All of these are embodied in the SDGs, and the SDGs can be a great framework for communication. As you see what the foundation is doing, you're seeing how they're using them. I have a couple of short videos that I just want to play, so I think this is going to flip to a video. It's about 2 minutes. It's just a little bit of background on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, so we all get to the same space on this.
Humankind faces many challenges to ensure that all people have the same development and well-being opportunities. In the year 2000, the United Nations adopted 8 objectives to meet the main needs of the poorest. 15 years later, 193 countries adopted the 2030 Agenda that sets out the Sustainable Development Goals. a new horizon with the most pressing challenges for human beings in the coming years. These are 17 ambitious goals that require the collaboration of civil society and the public and private sectors, whose success means a more egalitarian and livable world. The eradication of poverty and hunger so as to ensure a healthy life. Achieve universal access to basic services such as water, sanitation, and sustainable energy. Support the generation of development opportunities through inclusive education and decent work. Foster innovation and resilient infrastructures by creating communities and cities capable of producing and consuming in a sustainable way. Reduce inequalities in the world, especially gender inequalities. Caring for the environment by combating climate change and protecting oceans and terrestrial ecosystems. Promote collaboration between different social actors to create an environment of peace and sustainable development. If we achieve these sustainable development goals among people, governments, and companies, we will make the world a more prosperous place for all.
So, you've seen what the His Love Foundation is doing. You've seen how they have developed some metrics around it. Of course, I don't know if there's any PhD economists in the crowd here, but if there are, I'll apologize. But there were too many PhD economists involved in the SDGs, and the framework, the metric systems that they set up for managing them were very intimidating. It's important at a national level, at a country level, for national accounts, for tracking some of it. But it really frightened business, if you will. The principle quite simple. There's something you can go and you can speak to the market women about alleviating poverty, about addressing hunger, about health. But the frameworks that were set up were very complex. And to start with, that really frightened business. Business was a bit afraid, and I don't blame them, but they don't need to be that complex. We don't need that level of complexity to make an impact. And we'll get back to this more later, but I want to look at this, and there's another wording, another framework, ESG. I don't know how many of you have heard of it, but it's become increasingly important for business. It stands for environment, social, and governance. And the importance of this for business is that the financial sector, the banks, the investment funds, the sources of financing for business, whether it's loans or investment capital, is starting to pay more and more attention to ESG performance, to businesses' ability to deliver on environment, social, and governance areas. So I'm going to go, I've got another quick little video, and then we're going to talk about why this is so important for business, and then how that helps to really create the mutual beneficial opportunity for collaboration.
Put your money on ESG. Environmental, social, and governance, also called ESG, is a term used to represent the sustainable and ethical impacts of a company's corporate financial interests. While ethical, sustainable, and corporate governance are considered non-financial performance indicators, their role is to ensure accountability and systems to manage a corporation's impact, such as its carbon footprint or efforts towards diversity and inclusion. We'll cover what each ESG criteria entails, but you can read more about how CEOs are prioritizing sustainability by clicking the link above or in the description below. Each principle of ESG plays an integral role in the effort to increase focus on sustainable and ethical investments. Environmental factors focus on how much an organization considers the protection of natural resources. Examples include climate change, biodiversity, energy performance, air and water quality, and natural resource depletion. Social factors address how an organization treats people. Examples include global and local community relations, customer satisfaction, employee diversity, equity, and inclusion, employee engagement and relations, human rights and labor standards, and efforts to fund projects or institutions that will help poor and underserved communities. Governance factors examine how a corporation polices itself, with a focus on internal system controls and practices to maintain compliance. Examples include company leadership, board composition, including diversity and structure, whistleblower programs, executive compensation and policies, tax strategy, including audit committee structure, internal controls and regulatory policies, and donations and political lobbying. Do you consider ESG criteria or sustainability when making purchases or investment decisions? Leave your thoughts in the comments below, and be sure to like and subscribe too.
So this is a high-level approach, but it's being adopted, as we'll see. Most of the capital that's becoming available, whether it's investment capital, whether it's loans for businesses, there is some focus on ESG. There are some quite complex ESG scorecards and rating systems, and we're not going to go into them. They tend to apply more to very large corporations, the corporations that have their own internal resources that are able to deal with a lot of this. There are a lot of companies, a lot of banks. We do some work with EcoBank, West Africa, and they've just raised a pool of money from a fund, and it's an ESG fund. So that's starting to drive some of their lending practices, some of their investing practices. When businesses are coming to them for loans, businesses are having to explain their ESG impact. What are they doing? What is their environmental impact? What is their social impact? How are they governed? These are becoming more important. Some estimates say that 85% of business investment decisions, so that's the funds that are investing or loaning money to business, are taking some level of ESG performance into account, and up to 35% of the funds are actually pure ESG funds. They're only investing in activities that have an ESG component to them. The scorecards are a way of trying to develop a common rating system for it, but it gets very, very complex. So there's a number of scorecards. They're used by investors and fund managers. Most have some validity, but they're probably much more complex than is needed by the average business. They're more relevant to CFOs and CEOs, but they can also lead to that sort of check the box. I've done that, I've done that, I've done that. And you really miss some of the importance, some of the real impact that we heard about. And one of the challenges that smaller businesses, medium small businesses, businesses that aren't part of Global 100 or Global 500 businesses, is how do we act is increasingly important for their business success. One of the reasons that the financial community has really embraced ESG is because they see that business that is facing increasing pressure, society has increasing expectations that business should be delivering social value, be an effective steward of the environment, have good governance at the same time as it's delivering shareholder value and creating business value. And they recognize, they see businesses that don't do that, that get into trouble with their stakeholders, that get into trouble with regulators, that lose their brand identity, their problems with child labor, their problems with environmental management. When that happens, that can really undermine a business's viability. And fund managers are asking the question, this is such an important strategic issue. It's getting more important every year. Every year it's more and more important. The expectations of social performance and environmental stewardship are growing. If this business is not addressing these issues, what else are they missing? So business is under this pressure, but it's not an easy story to tell. And I really like how the foundation has focused on data. This is the story Pastor told, the story we saw in the film is a difficult story to tell if you don't have data. And when you have the data to back it up, it becomes a much easier story to tell. And businesses facing that issue of how do we do our reporting on ESG? We don't want to be spending the tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars that are required to produce those complex ESG reports that a Global 100 company might do. But how do we get that data? How do we catalog and communicate our ESG impact? And this is one of the neatest formulas I've ever saw. On one single page, there's so much communicated. And this is important because finance and investing, as I said, it's changed. Sustainability has permeated the financial sector. Whether you're looking at the Sustainable Stock Exchanges initiative, where I think the Central Bank of Nigeria in 2012 set out the principles for sustainable banking, and we've just come past the 10th anniversary of them. The United Nations Environment Program has a finance initiative. The entire financial sector is really embracing sustainability, and businesses that are not getting that, are not able to communicate their impact in that, are facing increasing challenges. The largest private investor in the world is BlackRock. They have over $6 trillion under management. That's not 6 trillion naira, that's $6 trillion. The CEO sends a letter to the companies they invest in every year. A couple years ago, the core message in the letter was contribute to society or lose our support. If as a business, you are not contributing to society, you're going to lose my support as an investor. Now, he didn't do that. His name is Larry Fink. He did not wake up one morning and say, oh, I've got $6 trillion in my pocket. I'm going to use that to change the world and alleviate poverty. He recognized that it's an important area, that business that is not addressing social issues, that is not addressing environmental performance, is a risky business to invest in. And investors don't like to invest in risk. I've got a short little, about 1 minute or 2 minute interview with him that I'm going to play so you can hear it in his own words. But this is not about the financial community wanting to change the world. This is about the financial community looking after its own why. Its own why is about how do they make a return on investment? How do they deal with risks in their investment? How do they understand?
I really believe the transformation of leadership, the transformation of businesses is about more and more leaders, and they're focusing on things about their stakeholders. They're connecting with their employees deeper and broader. They're connecting with their clients broader, and they're certainly trying to be more connected to their society. So much of that is in this letter. It is about moving forward on better disclosure, more complete disclosure, especially on net zero. Climate change and investing is something that is a powerful economic result. As we move towards a more sustainable world, it's going to create great jobs, it's going to create a great environment, and so we should not be frightened of it. We should all be embracing it and finding ways that we could be a part of that. And I think this is one of the big messages in the 2021 letter.
So all of this is driving this intersection of the why of the foundation, the why of finance, and the why of business. The demand for investments. Investors want to mitigate risk. They don't want to be investing in businesses with high risk profiles and lack of social impact, a lack of community engagement, a lack of environmental management are increasingly critical risk issues for business. As I mentioned before, ESG mandated funds, environment, social, and governance mandated funds is growing exponentially. It's part ESG, environment, social, and governance considerations are part of the majority of investment decisions that are being made. And it's not because suddenly bankers and the investment community decided that they wanted to change the world and make the world fairer and more equitable and a safer place for the poor and to help. Their why is not the same as the foundation's why. Their why is not a Christian social responsibility why, it's a corporate social responsibility why. But they get to the same place. They get to the same place. On a personal level, they may have the same personal motivation. They may have the same Christian motivation. But on an institutional and organizational level, they're really about creating that return on investment. They understand that increased return on investment will often align with social and environmental performance, aligns with business performance. Businesses that don't address social and environmental sustainability carry more risk. So sustainability, corporate social responsibility, ESG performance is important. It's important for the finance and banking sector. It's important for businesses seeking capital. If you look at the business side, increasing their ESG performance, increasing social responsibility will help improve access to capital. It'll reduce the cost of that capital. It reduces risk. It facilitates compliance with regulatory bodies. It helps to attract and retain the best talent. People don't want to go to work for a company they're not comfortable with. Work is such an important part of all of our lives, and the days of going to work and shutting it off are ending for many people. People want to work for companies and institutions they're proud of. If you look at the statistics we saw from the foundation, everybody that's here should be very proud of them. The same with business. People want to work for businesses that they feel proud of, that they're profitable, sure, that they're making good money, they're delivering value for shareholders, but they're also delivering value for society and being effective stewards of the environment. So I talked about the increasing expectations that society is expecting more of business. Society is expecting business to deliver more social value, to be a more effective steward of the environment at the same time as it's creating shareholder value. But that puts business in a pretty tough spot. Everyone is expecting more from a business. You put yourself in the seat of a business leader, of a manager, of an executive. Everyone is wanting more from you. You've got this pressure to deliver social value. You've got this pressure to be an effective steward of the environment. Society is looking for more, but at the same time, your shareholders are looking for more, your investors are looking for more, the banks that lend you money are looking for more. You've got to look after profit margins. Regulators seem to be challenging you more and more, and often regulators are keenly interested in sustainability performance. Operational challenges are getting more complex. And the business leader that starts to set back and think, okay, I've got to do all that, but how do I think about social impact? I know I've got to do more, and there's something out there, in society I can go and just do more. But those days of having enough resources that you could simply throw some money at a social problem, have an impact, and not get anything back out of it for the business, there's not the room to do that anymore. It's really important that as businesses is stepping up to meet the expectations that it's under, that it's also addressing the issue of its own interests. So the why for business is to create social value in a way that's having an impact on society, a positive impact on society, but also an impact back on business. They're not divorced. If you divorce them, you're losing a lot of value in the process. There's a need for business to bring the same efficiency and optimization thinking to social impact and environmental stewardship as they've traditionally brought to operations. It's important that you look at how can you deliver social impact? How can you deliver that societal value? How can you deliver that environmental stewardship in the most economical way? How do you look at it? We're dealing with malnutrition in schools. What's the cost per student for feeding them? What's the reputational value that comes back to the company for that? Is there a way to take that social impact and help it with the business? Maybe it's on their marketing, maybe it's on their regulatory relations, maybe it's on acquiring customers, maybe it's on acquiring employees. How do you meet the regulatory and reporting requirements. These are all considerations that your business executives are facing. They're dealing with them every day. They're not waking up and saying they're going to solve the world's social problems. They recognize that there's a need to contribute to society, to create social value, but they also need to survive as a company. And there's a need to optimize. There's a need to optimize so that you're, same time as you're creating your business value and impact, you're also creating social value and environmental value. And the pressures can be really difficult. If you're a business and you start to think the cost even of starting up something where you're going to create social impact can be overwhelming. You recognize the issues that need to be dealt with. You have your own business case, your own why for dealing with it, but it's really difficult to do it alone. And this is where collaboration can really make an impact. When we talk about driving collaboration for sustainable development, it reduces startup costs. You think if you're, XYZ Bank, and you want to deal with malnutrition in an urban center, Lagos, say, how are you going to do that? If you're going to set up your own system for doing that, it's expensive. It takes time. It takes a lot of people. It takes a lot of money. And it's difficult to achieve the economies of scale. Collaboration can reduce startup costs. The pooled resources can increase impact. For every dollar that you put into it, for every naira you put into it, for every cedi you put into it, you can have more impact on society. So there's that. You can get an economy of scale. So you've got a larger volume and less costs. So collaboration can really increase the impacts and reduce the costs. I'm going to touch on a few points. You can't collaborate with everybody, and it's important that you pick the right partners. It's important we pick the right partners in life, in business, in our foundation, and everything. So there's a few things that I think are important. If I am in business, if I'm a businessman and I'm looking for a partner to collaborate with, I want someone that has a proven capacity to deliver social impact and value. I want someone who's already doing it, that I can be confident we can do more together, that we can go further together. I want to be sure that we understand the value propositions, that I understand what's in it for my business, that I understand what's in it for my partner's organization, so that we have that mutual understanding that we're both doing something that's good for us, it's good for society, and it's good for each other. And the framework of looking at value to society, value to environment, value to the implementing partner, value to the business partner helps to define that. That is an area that you really want to understand. You want to understand it quantitatively and qualitatively. You want to be sure that there's clarity on governance and decision making, that there's clarity on reporting. Reporting is so important, because if I'm a business and I'm wanting to do more for society, I'm wanting to feel like I'm doing my part, but I'm also wanting to be able to communicate that I'm doing my part, because my financial backers are asking me, my employers are asking me, are you doing your part? My regulators are asking me, are you doing your part? So you want a partner that's able to produce the data and information that allows you to communicate what you're doing in a way that's going to meet your needs better. So I really like the term Christian social responsibility. And to me, there's just such a natural fit when you look at the needs of business, which is being driven by social pressures, by financial pressures, by the expectations of investors, and something like the foundation. I don't want this to seem like it's a commercial for His Love Foundation, although they make an excellent partner. I think that's very well proven in many, many ways. But I want to show just the natural synergy between business and between an organization like His Love Foundation. His Love Foundation is a world-class example of what can happen in this area. And that sort of partnership can help further the goals and objectives of the foundation, of society, and of business. So there's that circularity, there's that mutual benefit that can flow from it. So I think I was told 40 minutes and the clock has just come to zero. But keep that in mind, that this is a critically important issue for business. And it's not because business is out to change the world. It's not because business has suddenly decided that its why, its purpose is about alleviating poverty or alleviating malnutrition in schools or providing health care or dealing with inmates and prisons. The importance for business is that by dealing with these issues, it's fulfilling its responsibility in a way that's helping it to be a better business, to be a better receiver of investment. It's helping it to access more financing. It's helping it to reduce its cost of capital. And same thing for the foundation. The objective of the foundation is not to help business to meet its social responsibility. The objective of the foundation, as we heard, is about giving to the poor. It's about supporting the poor. It's about treating our neighbor as we would like to be treated. But they come together in this synergistic way where 1 + 1 can equal 3. We're doing it together. We can go farther, we can go faster, and we can have a lot more fun and feel better about doing it that way. I'm going to stop there. I want to thank the foundation, thank everyone who's here. You're here because you care and because this is important to you, and you probably all have your own way of thinking about this, and it's that integration of your thinking, my thinking, our thinking that helps to make this better as well. I'm going to be around for questions after. Thank you.
If you're looking for partners, consider the board, consider the reporting standards, consider their track record, and consider why they're doing what they are doing. And he put a caveat that it's not that he's doing a commercial for His Love Foundation, but we want to thank you for doing that commercial on our behalf, because we really do appreciate it and deserve it. And to everyone who runs a foundation or a corporate organization looking for partners, don't look any further. I reiterate what Pastor Oluyomade said. We are the beautiful bride. Thank you very much, Professor Don. Please put your hands together for him again. All right, in a short while, we'll commence the panel sessions. So please, can we start to arrange the seats for the panelists? But before that, we're going to take a group photograph. And as the photographer gets ready, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize, I have quite a long list. I have the chairman and founder of the Address Homes Limited and former group managing director of First Bank PLC, Dr. Bisi Onosanya. Thank you very much. We have the executive director of JNCI, Turnkey Medical Equipment Services. Please stand to be recognized, Voke Oshevire. Where's Voke? All right, thank you, Voke. We have Tosin Adeoti from Diamond Development Initiative. Please stand to be recognized. We have from the Africa Philanthropy Forum, Ngozi Obigwe Kunuji. From the Medical Women Association of Nigeria, we have Dr. Fumi Ige. We have the representative of the CEO of AXAB Mansard, who is the group head, Retail Sales, Lagos Island, Patience Onichabo. Please put your hands together for her. We also have the director of RCCG International Office and board member of the Holistic Outreach Ministry, Pastor Margaret Boluwakole. Please stand to be recognized. Thank you. And the last sets of recognition. Please, all of you stand. All the APICPs of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Please, all of you rise. Let's acknowledge you together. And all the pastors of all the expressions of ministry of City of David. Thank you. Thank you, APICPs. You can take your seats. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We also have all the pastors of and ministers of the City of David who are our hosts. Finally, we have the representative of the Wisdom Group of the City of David. Please put your hands together for all of them. Now, I said finally, and I said lastly. Now, in conclusion, I want to recognize the leaders of today because they no longer want to be referred as the leaders of tomorrow. I was in primary school in 1985, and I was told that I was a leader of tomorrow. 30 years after 1985, the same person who was head of state came back to be president in 2015. And then I asked, so where is my future? So there are no longer leaders of tomorrow, they're leaders of today. We have the beautiful ones who are now born, the pupils of Glittering Stars School. Please stand. We have the pupils of Redeemers Primary School. Please stand. And we have the students of Redeemers Secondary School. So all of you, put your hands together for them. The future board members of His Love Foundation, the future pastors, the future APICPs, and the future leaders of Nigeria. Sorry, today's leaders of Nigeria. Thank you. You may please take your seat. All right, I'd like to invite to join us upstage for the photograph. The chairman, please come up to invite your guest, Pastor Oluyomade. To join him on stage is Professor Wayne Dunn, the representative of the Consul General of the Canadian Deputy High Commission in Lagos. He's to the right. The representatives of His Royal Majesty, the Oniru of Ireland, please. Where do you want to stand?
Sorry, we have the patrons and the trustees. Uncle Tokes, please come forward.
Patrons and trustees of HLF. Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to take a documentary on one of the many expressions of the HLF, which is the school feeding program. Please enjoy the documentary, and right after that, we're going into the first panel session, which is the impact of school feeding and nutrition on academic performance, attendance, and nation building. We know that part of the reasons why we have out-of-school children is because their parents cannot afford to feed them, talk less of sending them to school. And this initiative has been able to take many children to school, children who would rather be on the streets hawking. Please enjoy the documentary, and right after that, we'll have the panel session. Thank you.
Every night, 828 million people go to bed on an empty stomach. That's according to the United Nations. At His Love Foundation, we felt we had a role to play, no matter how little, to help reduce the agony of hunger in our world. And so, we set up free daily feeding centers across Nigeria, where those who can't afford a meal in a day could stop over and eat once a day, free of charge.
For now, I don't have any other source or means of survival for now.
I've been coming here for 7 days. The food they always give us is plenty and is must. They always give us meat sometimes. They always give us eggs sometimes. They always give us water every day. And the food is always sweet.
I don't come here for 2 weeks. The food good. They give us good food. The food is plenty. They chop well. So, ain't they okay?
Ìgbà tí mo ti ń lọ gba feeding centers, ayé mi yí padà, oúnjẹ yẹn àárí jẹ, ọmọ mi náà ń jẹ. A dúpẹ́ f'Ọlọ́run.
This is in addition to 49,311 special centers spread across the nation, where the hungry can stop over and collect packs of food and foodstuff every Sunday.
When they are talking to you today, they can tell you the food I ate yesterday here is what sustained me throughout yesterday. And now I'm here again to eat the one for today.
Even if it's a meal they have a day, if they keep them going, you see them, lot of people coming in and taking away food. You see their faces, they thank God that at least they see one meal to eat per day.
In 2018, we embarked on a special program to feed 50 million people globally free of charge. We have since surpassed this target. In all, we have fed 125,251,239 people globally as at April 2024. And we have our food bank, which is responsible for the distribution of foodstuff to beneficiaries in Nigeria and around the globe. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, our food bank shared 50,000 crates of eggs, plus foodstuff and groceries to thousands of people. In 2018, we started the school feeding program for pupils who can't afford a meal while in school. This initiative, which we started at Makoko School, Yaba, Lagos, now runs in 2 other schools, namely Glittering Star, Ikbonri, and Bethesda School for the Blind, both in Lagos. We also remember those behind the bars at the correctional centers, and we provide for them. At the Kirikiri Correctional Center alone, we provide 5,000 packs of food every Sunday. Our aspiration ultimately is to ensure that no one, anywhere, goes to bed without one decent meal to feed the less privileged children in schools around our country and those in the inner recesses of the prison. Because we can't do it alone, we're now calling on you to join us as a partner. If you can commit to give 1,000 naira every month, yes, 1,000 naira, or 12,000 naira for 1 year, you are a partner. And together, we will provide meals for those millions on the edge that cannot have one meal a day. And you know something? They are ever grateful.
Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá mi tó fún mi ní ìrẹsì nítorí pé lánàá mo ní ẹdìyẹ ìbílẹ̀ tí mo fẹ́ pa ṣùgbọ́n kò sí nǹkan tí mo máa fi jẹ. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn gidi torí nǹkan tí màá jẹ ní ẹ̀yìn Christmas.
Their joy is because of your 1,000 naira. And guess what? If you commit 12,000 naira at once, you'll get 1 million naira personal accident insurance, and that covers both road and domestic accidents, plus 100,000 naira reimbursement for medical expenses, courtesy our insurance partners. For details, visit our website. Join us. Be a change maker. Be a partner. His Love Foundation. Love in action.
Kabiru, Folari, and Wasiu are bound by one thing.
There's a juicy offer of 1 million naira insurance cover. I'm sure that you all want to take advantage of that. Thank you. All right, I'm going to invite Professor Don back up stage and the chairman for a token of our appreciation. All right.
It's 12,000 naira a year, not a month. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I stand corrected, 1,000 naira every month and 12,000 naira a year. And that's still a very juicy offer to get 1 million naira insurance cover. So if I do multiples of 12,000, will I get 1 million naira for every extra? So I'm going to do 12,000 for 12 years, and then you're going to give me 12 million naira insurance cover. And my wife and my children and my grandmother and my great-grandmother. Yes? Those in favor say aye. Those against, keep quiet. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. All right, Professor Don, please join me up stage one more time. And Pastor Idowu Iluyomade. Please, can we have the plaque, which is a token? Please stand right in front of the podium. We appreciate your investment of time and the quality of presentation that you have made. Face the camera, sir. Face the audience. I'll do it. Thank you very much. Now to one of the high points of today. I'd like to invite the country representative of Nutrition International, Mrs. Ayodele Gbemileke, to please come take a seat. I'd like to invite Mrs. Idowu Alaba, who's a food safety specialist, to join me upstage. Take a seat. I'd like to invite the CEO of Kamari Nutrition Consult, Mrs. Amaka Okoesileze. And last but not the least, the Executive Chairman of the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board, Dr. Hakeem Babajide Shitu. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Olushola Malomo, who is the Chief Dietitian at the Lagos State Health Service Commission. So ladies and gentlemen, your pens and papers to hear from experts who are walking the talk, who have paid their dues in CSR initiative. And just before they begin, let me recognize the pastor in charge of Region 2, Pastor Yemi Lebi. Represented by Felix Owotuga. I also have the founder and chairman of Global Ambassadors Young Leaders Confederation, Ambassador Piegbe Emmanuel Webari. Thank you very much. Mr. Moderator, are you ready? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to stand on existing protocols. I want to appreciate Professor Don for that lucid presentation. Nutrition, as we all know, is not just an intervention. It is associated with productivity, and the first 1,000 days of life is very important in achieving nutrition output and results. For this panel discussion titled Impact of Food of School Nutrition on Academic Performance, Attendance, and Nation Building, I'll be leading a discussion around school feeding in Nigeria, the role, what the government have been doing. From farm to fork, we're looking at critical safety issues and other issues associated with nutrition. I'd like to take the first question, which is, what is the impact of school feeding on education, health, and nutrition? I want our country rep, yes, in person of Mrs. Ayodele Gbemileke, to shed more insights.
Thank you very much, sir, and thanks to everyone for inviting me. My name is Ayodele Gbemileke. I'm the Senior Program Officer on the Maternal and Child Health Program at Nutrition International. Dr. Sita, who is the country director, is not able to make it here, so that's why I'm here. So I just wanted to correct that impression. And now back to the issue on the impact of school feeding on the education, health, and nutrition of children. We have seen a lot of things that the HLF Foundation is, doing is very, very worthwhile. In fact, we are actually doing what we ought to do as a nation to provide at least one meal for a child in school. We were at the field, when I mean at the field, at the communities, in rural communities recently, and there were a lot of children. You can't believe it. We are just talking about malnutrition, but the impact, Nigeria has not started to imagine what we are going to be experiencing in the next 10, 20 years if we don't address the issue of malnutrition. We saw lots of children, 2 years old, looking as if they are just 6 months old. And I was like, what? So is this serious? We can start to imagine the huge effect of malnutrition for our economy, for our productivity, even for the face of Nigeria. We had the nation, we had the giant of Africa. But if we don't address the basics of nutrition, the basics of having food for a child to go to school, what's the importance of going to school if the child is hungry? If the child cannot focus in school? If the child can, the first thing the child would think about, or even the parent would think about, is let's have money, let's, have other things. School is not the first thing they would think about. So for us, making this initiative to have school programs in the school is a very, very laudable initiative. And I think it's something that generations to come will bless us for. Not to talk about the education, the retainment in school, even for the girls. You find that many times when you have to consider for poor rural households who to send to school, they rather send the boys to school than the girls. So for us having school feeding, they don't have to think about, the girl child have to help with household chores or have to help at the farm. There is free food. So the girl will rise up and say, we have food in school, I can eat in school. That improves school enrollment, and it also improves the educational performance for the girl child. Not only that, it also helps the girl child to attain her full potential. Not only for the girl child, even for the male child. So if there is enough nutrition, they have very high cognitive development, and they can attain, they can be the best. We are competing. When I mean competing, we're just looking at ourselves as Nigerians, but we have other international countries there. The other time, if you compare, I was just comparing a 5-year-old child and a 5-year-old child of Nigeria and somewhere in Europe. You see the heights, because we know stunting level in Nigeria is about 37%, which is very huge. That means about 1 in every 3 child have not grown as tall as they should be.
Potential.
we are in trouble if we don't start thinking about these things. We call our children the future of the country. What are we doing about it? So school program is one way to start, although it's not enough, but it's one way to start looking at how to improve the education, the health. Even if they have food, they don't fall sick often.
Yes.
They have, their exposure to infection is reduced.
Nutritional status.
They can focus now on their studies. They can have motivation to improve in their performances in school. Not even that alone. Look at their behavior. They don't have to jump the school fence or to go out on being exposed to sexual harassment and to take cocaine, for instance, or to become bullies or just area boys in the society. They have food to eat. They stay back in school and they study and they become the best. So if we as Nigerians start to take this kind of initiative to ensure that every child go to school, have food to eat, at least one meal, right? It's going to go a very long way, very, very long way to improve the indices of what we are already seeing in the country. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Shitu. Just for the record, the school feeding program was launched in 2005 in Nigeria, and Lagos State has also been among the pioneering states. Please, I want you to share some of the experiences with respect to enrollment in school, over dropouts, and also the school feeding program as an incentive for bringing students to school.
Thank you very much. I'm Olalekan Abilakim Olushola. I'm representing the executive chairman of SUBEB, Dr. Akim Babatunde Shitu. He's attending to some other official assignment, and he has asked me to stand in for him. He's very keen, was so keen at attending this program. That's why it took him time to actually assign this role to me. I'm the director in charge of school feeding program in Lagos State. I will not be doing justice to this forum if I don't start by appreciating His Love Foundation for the support they have given to Lagos State in terms of school feeding program. They have gone round most of our local government feeding our pupils. Like the last but one speaker said, school feeding tends to increase enrollment, attendance, retention, completion, and ultimately high academic performance of pupils. However, we as a government, at the national level, it can't be handled alone. That is why this acronym, TEAM, together, everyone achieves more, is so sacrosanct to the federal government, ditto for the state government. I tell you, internally in Lagos State, not just one MDA is handling the issue of nutrition. There is a state committee on food and nutrition which comprises of officials from 13 relevant MDAs. And this tends to talk to the key word being championed by the key speaker of today, and that is the word collaboration. No one, no individual, no nation, no state, no local government can work in silos nor work in isolation. That's why you need to partner with people, relevant people. Know the people you partner with. I'm taking a cue from the speaker's words. And that is why Lagos State is not relenting at ensuring we partner with relevant organizations such as Islam Foundation. Please celebrate them for us. An angry man, they say, is an angry man. When a child is hungry, can that child concentrate in class? Even if he attends class, can he or she concentrate in class? You can join me in giving the response. It's a big, I want to hear it from the floor. Can that child concentrate in class? That is why we have to keep appreciating the federal government, the state government, and NGOs championing the cause of nutrition. I tell you, when it comes to enrollment, as at 2021, we had about 119. As at pupils, because the federal government school feeding program tends to feed pupils in primaries 1 to 3. But I tell you, Lagos State is looking beyond that. The national program is being reviewed towards ensuring that it comes out stronger and better. And by so doing, they are looking at extending the program from primary 1 to 3 to primary 4 to 6, including our ECCDE. ECCDE, I mean the Early Childhood Care Development Education sector. That is the nursery section. We are planning to also include them in this program. School feeding is so germane. Nutrition is life. Life is nutrition. And when you say diet, it's not just anyhow diet. And that's why we must also give it to the federal government. I tell you, the menu table, that's why the program is tagged Homegrown School Feeding Program. It's natural. It's devoid of any form of processed food so that we can have the right nutrients. So it's not just giving meal, but giving adequate meal. That is the current nomenclature. So you see, the state government is not relenting in its effort at shoring up our efforts at improving the school feeding program. So I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. Now, let us look at the prototype school feeding program. What is the ideal situation? I'll be taking on Amaka Nwora. What are the best practices for a prototype school feeding program? What are the expectations?
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Amaka Weslezenwara. I'm the MD of Kamari Nutrition Consult. Kindly permit me to correct the impression, especially what's written on the program. I'm not representing Friesland Campaigner in this program. So I want to say that nutrition, importance of nutrition cannot be overemphasized. Why did I say so? We know that, like my colleagues have already said, that nutrition is the bedrock of life. I want also to bring to our notice the objective or idea behind this school feeding program. One of the reasons is to boost the nutritional status of children so that they will be able to learn. This is because certain nutrients are required, especially in this early stage of life, to help them to learn effectively. There's this adage that says that a hungry man is an angry man. When a child is hungry, he cannot concentrate. And so government, state government, federal government, and NGOs are making effort to ensure that a child gets at least 1 meal per day to support that child to concentrate in the class. Because if the child is hungry, the child will not be able to concentrate. So there should be at least 1 meal. And that meal is supposed to provide adequate nutrients, not just food. You have to consider some of the key nutrients that will support brain development, the key nutrients that will also give them energy to be able to stay active and focus in the class. Okay, so ideally there should be at least 1 meal per child per day when they are in school. Meaning that if for in a month, they should be able to get at least 20 servings, 20 meals within that month. That's if it's a month, 5 days in a week, then maybe 4 weeks in a month. Then ideally, the foods to be supplied must be high quality. The question is, are they really getting high quality food currently? I can say maybe not fully. Government is making efforts, and I want to really appreciate in a very special way His Love Foundation for all they have done and what they are still doing to ensure that our children, they don't just go hungry.
Thank you very much.
So we appreciate them, and we are saying that ideally it's not just the 1 meal. The food should have high quality and provide certain key nutrients to support the children. Then the foods should be prepared from locally available foods. It is not processed food that are imported from anywhere. It should be locally available. We are talking about sustainable development here. So if these ones are not locally available, if you give a child, for example, a particular type of meal today, and tomorrow you don't see it to buy, now that dollar is going up every minute of the day, you will see that that project will not be sustained. So ideally, the meals should be prepared from locally available foods to ensure sustainability of that project.
Thank you very much for your response.
So another one is that it's apart from sustaining there's also need to deworm the children. It's actually part of the best practices to be able to address the underlying cause of malnutrition. Remember, we are talking about things that can actually affect the development and learning of the child. So there should be deworming and there should also be
Thank you
supplementation.
very much. Yes. I want to go to the food safety expert now. From farm to the table, there's a whole lot of supply chain. It's a whole lot of process. Can you share an insight of challenges from the farm to table in this school feeding program, so that we can know at junctions where we can mitigate some of these challenges? Just briefly, in 3 minutes.
First of all, I want to appreciate the organizers of this program, Islam Foundation, and for giving me the opportunity to talk about something I'm passionate about, which is food safety. It is not just enough to plan and have a framework for school feeding. When we look at the nutritional aspect, we also need to look at the food safety aspect of the food. How safe is that food? A lot of challenges that the school feeding program are faced in the past or are still facing right now has to do with post-harvest losses. A lot of agricultural produce after harvest will not be properly handled by the farmers, and thereby you have a lot of wastages, which you apply the supply chain in the long run during the supply of this raw material for the production of the meal we intend to give to these children. Poor road network is another insecurity, another challenges that the scheme or the initiative can face or has faced in the past. We also have issue of a crisis like flood, in which the farmers or the growers are unable to move their produce from the farm to the point of use or the point of production. That can cause reduction in quality and the quantity of the food that will be supplied for this scheme. Also inadequate storage, such as chilling, refrigeration, and proper ambient temperature of storing the products. If cold food is not stored at the right temperature, and dry foods are not stored at the right temperature and right relative humidity, it will accelerate spoilage and reduce the shelf life of the products or the raw material. And then it will reduce the quality and the quantity of the food that will be available for these children to feed on during the scheme. We also have the challenges at the table, at the fork, because food safety is from farm to fork. Everybody along that value chain needs to be involved. The food handlers, when they are not tested and we don't know their right medical state, it can also be a great challenge to the food feeding program. Poor sanitation at the kitchen or where this food are being produced is another challenge. The water portability, the water that is being used to produce this food, is it portable? Are they microbial safe? The chemical content in it, is it safe? Is it at the acceptable level? We look at all these critical control points, and as a food safety specialist, we look at the hazard analysis. Is there any biological, physical, or chemical hazard that is present in this food that can result in foodborne illness? Another challenge is also the hygiene of the equipment or the utensils that is being used to produce this food. Most times, some of them are not well cleaned or sanitized, and as a result can lead to foodborne illness or contamination. When raw food are being stored with food that are not raw or perishable food, like storing chicken and vegetables together in the same freezer without proper segregation, it can result in food contamination, cross-contamination, and it can be a challenge to availability and accessibility of the raw material that we use to feed these children. So if we are talking about nutritionally adequate food for school feeding, then it also has to be safe. It has to be wholesome, so that we know that it's free from contamination and it's also free from causing any foodborne illness to the children. These are some of the challenges that the scheme has faced in the past. And to provide solution to this, while planning the legal framework, there should also, apart from the meal, there is need to conduct unannounced audits to the kitchen where these meals are being produced. Let's check out what are the cooks doing. Are they really using the right utensil? Is it clean? Is the environment clean? Okay. And also, are they using the proper storage? Raw chicken and fish, are they properly stored in the freezer or in the chillers? Where are the lettuce stored? Are we using the same cutting board that we are using to cut lettuce, to cut raw chicken? Because we know chicken carries a lot of bacteria. At the end of the day, this thing can cause cross-contamination, but through unannounced audits, we can checkmate and know what is being done. There should also be capacity building, training and retraining both the farmers, the growers, and the cook that are cooking this food on the importance of food safety. Not just providing adequately balanced food. Is the food wholesome? Is it safe? When the children eat it, will it nourish them? And also, is it going to cause foodborne illness or food intoxication?
Thank you very much.
These are the critical.
Food safety is one of the key words. Without wasting time, we'd like to take some questions before rounding out this panel discussion. I was told that there's some questions from the audience. If you have any question, okay. Because of our time, we can entertain only 2. 1, 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. It was nice listening to all the panelists telling us how important it is for school feeding. And I wish we had been able to see, especially this question, or rather observation for the superb representative. I wish we'd been able to see the picture of the food that you serve the children as compared to what HLF serving. I have seen a picture of such, and the food is not in any way rational. Neither is it adequate for any child to eat. We also need to understand the fact that these children are from indigent homes. We know what Nigeria is going through now, and how many families can even afford to feed well, talk less of giving them nutritional meals. The last speaker spoke about all the problems, challenges of the value chain of the food from the farm to the table. How many homes have freezers? How many homes have electricity to power the freezer? Then talk less of the schools providing the food for them. The hygienic sanitation of the people preparing the food. The water, you're talking of potable water. Where is it in the schools? Lagos State and any other state representing, talking about food, feeding the children. You have to go back to the drawing board. We want to know how much is allocated per child, per day for feeding. We want to know the people who are in charge of these resources. And we want to know how they are deploying these resources to the children so that they are well fed. A lot of these monies are being diverted.
Thank you very much.
We also want you to be bold to come out and ask for partnership for those who can help you to deliver this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In fact, I'm indeed overwhelmed with that question and the speaker. With joy. I'm happy you raised this question. First and foremost, let me clear the air. I'm only waiting for us to, maybe towards the end, to say this. But I will start with it because you start by comparing our food with that of His Love Foundation. If I got you right. But I tell you, the federal government fed our children every blessed day. However, that of His Love Foundation, and that is one of the resentments I have about that school feeding. That's the feeding by His Love Foundation. It is a meal per child in a day in a school. Not every day. I stand to be corrected. So please, you see, nutrition, school feeding, we know is capital intensive. That is why, once again, I want to give it to the federal government and the state government who have been partnering with them towards ensuring the success of that program. Perfection, they say, lies with Almighty God. No one situation is perfect. We'll keep improving. But I tell you, the federal government and the state government went through the 6 P's of planning because it is said that poor proper planning prevents what? poor performance. He who fails to plan, plans to fail. No one, government did not deploy and does not deploy resources to children to feed. No. If you are not clear about issues, you ask questions. Funds are forwarded directly to the recipient, that is the end user's account, that is the vendors themselves. Funds are forwarded to the account of the aggregators directly. We have about five of them in Lagos State, and we have about 1,313 food handlers in Lagos State. If you know any of them, please ask them.
Thank you very much.
Everyone, I'm coming, please. Okay. Everyone this has to be cleared.
Okay.
I'm on here. Ask any one of them, and they'll tell you they all have First Bank account. When money is released from the from FCT in Abuja, I tell you what they do. We have to be alerted. The states, generally, in turn, what would they do? We will now have to instruct the bank. The schedule of payments will be forwarded to our various LGAs for the health officers in each LGA to clear. It is only those vendors that are cleared, that are available to cook, that the monies, their fund will be released. That's how we operate. And I tell you, when it comes to supply chain, I want to buttress the point of the last but one speaker. In Lagos State, let us give it to my governor, Mr. Bajiru Sowolu. The road network now has greatly improved. Even prior to this time, a journey that would normally take about 3-4 hours now takes about just 45 minutes to at most an hour. So this greatly affected the supply chain in Lagos State positively. We have in Lagos our Eco-Meat van. So our children eat fresh meat. Yes, they eat fresh because Eco-Meat van goes to every nook and cranny of the state. Ditto for fish. In order to ensure the preservation of the fish, we are encouraged to make use of smoked fish. Both chicken and meat are supplied. When we first started, we had issues not with meat, but with chicken. There has to be that collaboration between the chicken aggregator and the fish aggregator. And we are making use of the Eco-Meat van. The time we had issue when we had that national power outage, which actually happened throughout the federation. That is why you hardly see or experience any child suffering from any form of illness arising from taking our meal. I can agree. I may want to agree with you when you talk about the quantity. But when it comes to quality, forget it. How? Give it to Lagos State. Give it to Lagos State. Secondly, for our food handlers, there is this regular capacity building for them. As the program is being reviewed now, to recommence very soon, we keep training our food vendors. As of this January, even in collaboration with officials from a civil society organization, we organize a capacity program for our vendors here in Sube. So give it to Lagos State.
Thank you very much. That was a good soup from Subeb. You can go on and on.
Let me now tell you, there was a 10 officials from the federal came to Lagos unannounced. They came to Lagos unannounced. They now said, okay, where is the office? We went to the school. They want to see them, how they are feeding. We went to the first school. They were amazed when they saw them feeding.
Sir.
Because the second school they were amazed.
Sir.
But I tell you, when I go to the third
Sir,
school.
we will meet you privately.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
And let's
you very
clap
much.
for Lagos State. Amen. Hallelujah.
God bless
Praise
you.
the
God
name
bless
of the
you.
Lord.
God bless you. God bless you.
Mr. Moderator,
Thank
you can
Thank
round
you.
up now.
Yeah, thank you very much for that response.
Sorry. Excuse me, please. You pointed to me first.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much.
All right, please,
Just
please make
briefly,
it very
time is
brief.
not on our
There were
side. I
two
am
questions.
standing.
So, yeah, you said two questions. All right, so we've taken one. Who was the second one?
I was the first person.
All right, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Quickly.
Thank you. My name is Bayo Olubemi.
Please make it very brief.
I
please.
will.
Thank you.
Sir, Lagos State, thank you. However, at the national level, and I'm talking about what I know, by the time an amount is allocated per child, I have experience and I know what I'm saying. By the time it gets to the real vendor, maybe the money is reduced to about 25%. I am using this opportunity to call on the federal government and all the states. There is need for auditing.
All right.
What gets to the vendor eventually who supplies is like 20% of what was approved by the government. In my village school, my own village, the person who supplies what gets to her at the end of the day, and I am saying what I know, is 25% of what was approved by the federal government.
All right.
Islam Foundation, thank you very much.
Can we clear that?
Thank
you. Sorry, you.
There's a lot to be done by everybody. I tell you, the state alone, the federal alone cannot do it. Even Islam Foundation alone cannot do it.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Appeal to everybody to join.
Thank you very much. So you have asked for auditing. Yes.
Thank you. Please, let's keep it short and simple.
Take a final question. The lady already stood up, so let's just.
Yes. The last question, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Izo Malize. I'm the Managing Director CEO of FITC, and that's Financial Institution Training Center. It's an extremely exciting moment, and I would definitely thank you to you, Pastor Ido, for convening this. It's quite visionary, that I must say. I would also say kudos to all of the panelists. I do think that it's been a very wonderful plenary. I was just reading through the 17 SDG goals, and this panel alone addressed 5 solid goals. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, etc., etc. I think that what we are losing sight of, and that's to say that we are derailing the conversation into what is even much more important, is tying it to the whole visionary topic and theme of this conference, which is driving collaboration for sustainable development. And so what is the missing link? The missing link from all we have discussed, which is fantastic deliberation, is how then does Lagos State, Federal, HTL partner to take this very visionary step further? And I will tell you that the resources are in abundance. I say that because I have consulted to several organizations in the financial services and energy sector. They are looking for initiatives such as what HTL is promoting and Lagos State is promoting to put money so that they can have great reports and risks.
All right. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Thank you very much.
As a central bank company, we work with all of those banks, and we're happy to give you the connections rather than drown this fantastic program and conference around great things. Let's focus on the theme of collaboration.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just in summary, I would like one of the panelists to just have a short word.
Okay, in summary, I would like to say that the 3C is the principle to unlocking these issues and sustainability in this school feeding. Commitment, cooperation, and collaboration. If all stakeholders come together to collaborate and have cooperation to ensure that all the basic infrastructures and things that are needed to sustain this initiative is made available, then we will all have a breakthrough result. Thank you.
Excuse me, please. I would like to make a little clarification. Little Akrem is my name. I work for HLF. The feeding that we do is, number one, is situated in our faith. Matthew 25, the Bible was very clear. It said, I was hungry and you fed me. Not just that, we feed all over Nigeria, in all our 43,000 parishes, virtually every Sunday. If you go to a Redeemed church, you will eat on a Sunday. Number two, we have 28 feeding centers in Lagos and Ikorodu that are running daily feeding centers. I would like to encourage you, if you have this booklet, can you go to page 31 and you will see the record of feeding there. When government stopped feeding before the election last year, all over Nigeria, sir, we decided to do daily feeding for primary school children. It's a disaster. Your children do not have food. We are the one that take food to them, and we have been to over 458 primary schools in Lagos State. Number two, very, very important for you to know, Mr. Subeb Chairman, in every local government that we go to, they are begging that we should come back. But what we have taken as a decision is this. Instead of taking 10 schools and be feeding them fat, let's spread the opportunity to as many schools as possible. That's why we just drive it through. And we don't just feed, we provide fruits. We also do nutrition teaching. There's a video that I'm going to play that they're going to show you of what we call the manna meals. As we speak, a little close to 500,000 children have benefited. In terms of collaboration, I will say three major things. Number one, government is a collector of tax. He has a responsibility to feed the children. You cannot run away from it. Number two, very, very important. When you see institutions that are partnering in terms of, in their own little way, they are doing CSR work, they are feeding children, what you need to do is to go to them and see how you can collaborate, which is the central theme of this conference. The issue of collaboration comes in three major ways. You spoke about that, your meat. Bring it. We will deliver it to them. Okay. Where your accountability has failed, we will give you accountability. Most importantly also, you must also understand. Last week, Wednesday, we were in Badagry, local government, with the Badagry Local Council of Education, and in one day, we fed 5,900 students. Most of your children are hungry. We cannot come here and not say the truth. School feeding, all the data you are talking about, sir, any teacher that is here, when did they bring food to your school last? Your people are complaining. I deal with them. And you also know, sir, that when we came to Subeb, you gave us approval and we go to various schools to do it. Let there be collaboration.
Thank you,
number
sir.
Two.
Thank you. You already made 2 points, so you can't do number two.
I need to bring another one.
Please, one final point.
Good.
In 1 minute.
You need to set up a more auditable scheme. Your scheme must be more auditable, transparent, and viable. What we presently have now is not. I will also share you something. When they were still running that school feeding program before they stopped it after the election, they stopped it because I was at the meeting where I was told that they stopped at Maryland office. You need also to ensure that the quality and quantity is given. We are giving only primary 1 to 3. And let me tell you what I feel bad about it. When we go to a school that has a wing of primary 1 to 3, the primary 4 to 6, we don't give them. And they're all sitting down and looking at you as if you are criminal. But it is criminal also that children come, they don't have food. And by the way, they also don't have uniform. They don't have shoes.
All right, thank you very much.
I have videos I can show you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. In wrapping up this session, I would like us to know that together we can all achieve more. Also, qualitatively and quantitatively, adequate nutrition of the school feeding program can never be overemphasized. Thank you very much for listening. It has been a wonderful session interacting together.
All right, thank you. We almost made this a one-man panel. All of the attention has been focused on the chairman of SUBEB, represented by the director of school feeding. And I don't think that the chairman of SUBEB could have done a better job in getting who to represent him. I don't think he would have been able to answer the questions any better than you did. So give him a warm round of applause. You have taken all the bullets and all the arrows. I don't know if you want to say thank you for all the arrows that have been fired at you.
Yes.
You can do that in 20 seconds.
Yes. He who wants to grow will always be ready to take correction. Yes. I've started by appreciating his Love Foundation. And I tell you, perfection, I said earlier on, lies with the Almighty. And that is why they say there is room for improvement. Because in everything that is humanly done, there is bound to be one form of errors and the other that you can improve on. And the only thing I've said here today, that I said maybe we should look at to improve on, is the idea of just that 1 meal. That maybe if you just take a local government, because we have, I don't want us to start mentioning names of those we have been partnering with.
Please don't.
And there is no organization that has come to us for partnership that we have not attended to.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We have that strong collaboration. That's why you came to us, we accepted you. Olufate Miroku came to us, we accepted them. Magodo Resident Association came to us, and they are doing fantastic there.
Thank you.
So I tell you, that's why I'm giving it to you.
Thank you.
If not that we accept collaboration,
Thank you.
and we want to improve, I wouldn't have given the comment I gave earlier on.
All right,
I
thank
give
you.
it to you.
All right.
We appreciate you.
Thank you
But
very
I
much.
tell you,
Thank you.
Lagos State is doing wonderful. And one thing you must know is this. This school feeding program is
It's for all
national.
of us. Thank you very much. Thank
I have been
you.
using
So
the-
you are going
have been
to
using the word you,
us.
your
Okay,
child.
all of us.
They are
I'm
our
sorry, sir.
children. They
Representative
are
of
our
SUBEB.
children.
Representative of SUBEB. I didn't plan to say something, but I just must emphasize something.
Sir?
I want to emphasize a point. Okay, we're talking about school feeding. But you see, HLF, for the past 5 years, we have 28 daily feeding centers. Every day, pounded yam, rice, egusi and all that. So I think we need to be applauded. It's not only school. There is hunger all over the nation.
Yes.
So when you are saying we are doing one and all, no. Let's bring it together, aggregate everything, and kudos to HLF. Thank you.
All right, in rounding it all up, one thing that
Kudos to the state government and
Thank
the
you.
federal government.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
No, I mean, you're doing your job. Don't give yourself kudos. If we're going to give kudos, we'll give it to HLF. But one of the things that I was caught across is the need for auditing. I think it came from there, and it came from there. So in saying that you would continue to partner, the co-meat vans can submit the cow or the ram to the people who would ensure that by the time it's getting to the final destination, it's not only the head of the cow that is getting there. Because that's what one of them has said. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Please rise for a group photograph. Mr. Chairman, HLF, Pastor Iliyomade, please join us. Professor Don, please join us. And right after that, we'll present plaques to each of them. Please move close to the center. Right after this, Mr. Bisi Onosanya will come up stage to present the plaques to our panelists. Can I please panelists, please hold on. Can I please have Mr. Bisi Onosanya to present to Mrs. Idu Alaba first. Mrs. Idu Alaba first. Thank you very much. And next is Mrs. Ayodele Gbemileke, the country representative of Nutrition International. And next is Mrs. Amaka Ezekwesili. Please face the cameras. And last but not the least, GMD presenting to Chairman. Right here. Don't look for him. Can you be looking for? Were you looking for him? All right. Congratulations. That's a handshake from the GMD to chairman. Congratulations. So you please here for a group photograph with all of them. Oh, there's one more. Oh, I'm sorry. To Dr. Malamo, Chief Dietitian at the Lagos State Health Service Commission. Thank you. Mr. Onosanya, please come to the center. And can we all close up for a group photograph? Pastor Oluyomade would like to invite you up once again. You stand right next to Mr. Bisi Onosanya. Thank you very much. So what I am going to do is that I will enroll in a primary school at Lagos State, and I will find out if you will bring fresh meat to my school. Please put your hands together for all of them once again. We're quickly moving on to the next panel, which focuses on health. And to introduce the panel, we're going to take another short documentary. If the documentary is ready, please play now. Thank you.
Kabiru, Folari, and Wasiu are bound by one thing: hunger. They came to school this morning without food, and there were many of them in other schools we visited. Their story is a testament to the decision of Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to declare a state of emergency on food security in our nation, where 25.3 million people are currently food insecure, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. In response, His Love Foundation, the RCCG global charity, which in the last 5 years has embarked on a free feeding program across the world, and the Lagos State government decided to join hands in a partnership to defeat hunger. The project, Manna Meals for Primary Schools, is designed to feed 1 million pupils in Lagos State free of charge, beginning with primary 1 to 3. The pupils are also given fruits and nutrition talk, essential for brain development.
On top of the jollof rice, you can see the protein, which is called meat. And apart from this food, we are going to give you fruits. We have pineapple, apple, orange, good, banana.
Today, this project has visited 498 schools with 459,074 meals served.
They enjoyed the food and were indeed very happy.
His Love Foundation, in the last 6 years, has served 125,251,239 meals.
Remember, a loaf of bread to a hungry child is the face of God.
His Love Foundation. No one should go to bed hungry.
Join us! Contribute 1,000 Naira monthly and be a partner, or 12,000 Naira at once annually and get 1 million Naira personal accident insurance plus 100,000 Naira reimbursement for medical expenses, courtesy of our insurance partners. For details, visit our website. We are His Love Foundation.
A hungry child is the face of God. We are God to those in need, and that's one of the ways that we can bring them to church. We're going on quickly to the next panel. I'd like to invite the Executive Director of the MTN Foundation, Mrs. Odunayo Sonda. Please put your hands together for her as she comes to the stage. She'll be joined on this panel by the State Coordinator of the Society for Family Health in Nigeria, Mr. David Shegun Ayinde, Also on the panel, we're going to have the senior analyst of the Clinton Health Initiative, Mr. Olatunji Oluyide. Mr. Oluyide, please come up now. We're also going to have the zonal coordinator of the National Health Insurance Authority, represented by Mrs. Aisha Abubakar Harina, the Deputy Director, NHI Lagos. Thank you very much. And this panel will be moderated by Dr. Yetunde Ayo Oyalawo, the founder of Market Doctors. You're going to have 29 minutes for this panel. I hope that there is nobody in charge of health feeding of school children here. All right. MTN. So we're not here to talk about data and recharge card, so please don't put MTN on the spot. All right. Are you ready? Thank you very much. MTN Foundation is doing great work in all communities. And this is an opportunity for you to hear it from the horse's mouth. Over to you, Dr. Oyalo.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the panel, all health enthusiasts. This is not a time to fall sick in Nigeria, and we all know that, and that there's a lot going on in the health system, and it really takes a lot for organizations to decide to do something in the health system, and that's why we've put together people who are doing stuff in the healthcare system and trying to make things happen. In Nigeria, we also know that the budget for health is supposed to be 15%, but we have 4.5% of the budget being put into health. Nigeria doctor-to-patient ratio is 1. The normal one is supposed to be 1 to 9K, but we have 1 to 600K. 600,000. And we will need 363,000 more doctors in Nigeria to achieve that. And with migration of doctors, I don't know how we would achieve that. And we've brought together people who are doing stuff to strengthen the health system and still provide succor for people, and creating access, affordability, accessibility, and acceptable health to people in our communities. And I would like each of the participants to say the goal of their organization when it comes into the healthcare space in Nigeria. So the question will just go to everybody on the panel, starting with MTN Foundation.
Thank you very much, and thank you, His Love Foundation, for having us on the panel, and well done. You do great. You're doing great. For the MTN, you can clap, yeah. For the MTN Foundation is a corporate foundation. It's founded by MTN Nigeria, and we call ourselves the CSI platform for MTN Nigeria. And CSI, not because CSR is bad, but CSI because it's a corporate social investment. It is an investment, and we do look out for the returns on it. And really, the reason we're set up, our raison d'etre, is that we empower communities because we believe that communities are powerful. They're the basis of society, and so we continue to empower communities in the areas of health, youth development, and of course other national priorities.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is David Shemwande. I represent Society for Family Health. I'm the state coordinator for PACS project in Lagos State. And of course, Society for Family Health is a pan-Africa non-governmental organization. It's like the biggest indigenous organization in Nigeria. And we focus on all the major interventions in the community, health interventions, starting from malaria, HIV, child health, HIV, of course, case management, TB, case management, family planning, farmer strengthening system in the country. So talk of any area that concerns health, SFH is there. And that is for what and for whom we exist. We believe that as an organization, our ethos is that we exist because we feel the Army now, the Coyote, the Chukwemeka need to have a good health care system. And that is what we are existing for. Thank you.
Thank you. NHIA.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really want to commend your foundation for this very important conference. As for NHIA, we're very open for collaboration of this nature. In your talk, when you just started, you talked about most of the challenges that the NHIA tried to address: qualitative, quantitative, and accessibility to quality healthcare services. We all know the current situation we have in Nigeria today. The only way that we can have quality access to healthcare services is by coming together in collaboration. Government cannot do it alone to ensure people have access. And how do we do this? It's by pulling of funds, because healthcare services is expensive. So we need to come together, not only the government, faith-based organizations like the Law Foundation, individuals, corporate organizations like MTN. There's a lot we can do, because the demand is much higher than the supply aspect. There's nothing stopping Faith Foundation to adopt a facility, primary healthcare center, to give basic healthcare services. MTN, you have a lot to do as well. For me, I think health, it cuts across 4 areas. We have the integration, we have the promotive, we have preventive before curative. There are a lot of things that can be done before anybody would need to have access to care. We need to collaborate with you people to carry out campaign engagement to communities, to schools. There's a lot of things that we need to do at that nick of time to even prevent anybody, falling sick. Before we start talking about, enrolling people. So we are here, we are open, we want to do a lot with organizations like you, and I'm telling you, I'm going to take this back to our management to see how we can collaborate with you, to see what you are doing a lot. Even at the point of giving food to children, we can do just basic health screening for them before they can escalate to, very complicated issues.
Thank you very much. So for those that do not know the NHIA, they are the government body that does health insurance. Health insurance is the buzzword, right?
Very well.
So they're the ones in charge, regulatory body, and also do community health insurance across the country for different communities. Can I take Chai? Can you tell us?
Yes, thank you very much. And good afternoon again, everyone. I think it's a pleasure to be here, and also, as my colleagues have said, to also express appreciation for the privilege to be on this panel to His Love Foundation and the amazing, tremendous work that you're doing. For us at CHAI, we've been around for about 20 years, working in about 34 countries, and we've had impactful solutions in over 124 countries. And basically, our mission in its entirety is to save lives. So that's what we're in business for. And in Nigeria, we are currently working in over 15 states, and we have our physical presence in about 9 states. And so basically, we try to drive our interventions through our values. We acknowledge ourselves as a value-driven organization. And some of the key values that drive our implementation efforts, one of which is that we're mission-driven. Another is that we work at the service of government. So we're not there as a development partner we're there as a development partner to help the system to grow and to strengthen the system, and not necessarily to be at the forefront, but ensure that all the partners and everybody is able to work collaboratively to help us attain the level we want to do in terms of our health interventions. And also we work with a state of urgency. I think that's very important for us, because we always see that value very critical in that for every second a delay is made in a particular health intervention, a life might be lost. So in that reason, we look at that as working with urgency. And I would say part of the contributions that we have made, particularly in Nigeria, with contributing to working with government at the national and subnational levels, is that we've been able to avert about 180,000 childhood under 5 deaths with the introduction of 3 new vaccines. And I think that's also something that is very instrumental. And a very key part for us as well as an organization is building partnerships and building interactions and intersectoral collaboration as much as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So looking at the topic of this conference, driving collaboration for sustainable development goals, I want to take this question to MTN Foundation. The question is who are the typical partners that MTN Foundation collaborates with?
Okay. So we collaborate with partners that share our values, partners that are like-minded. Now, we must understand that there are reasons why platforms are set up. There's a reason why the MTN Foundation is set up. And there's something we're very clear about. We're not trying to be everything to everybody. We acknowledge the limited resources that exist. And so for us, we've decided where to pitch. And I mentioned in the areas of health, youth development, and capacity building, which involves a lot of things. So for us, we look for partners. We're open to partnership. But you know, there's this thing about partnership in Nigeria where people think because they're coming to sell you a product, they're your partners. You understand? So you need to draw the line. There will be commercial partnerships, but we always look out for people who bring something also to the table, because there are three outcomes of partnership for us. You are able to scale. Maybe you'd have covered just 2 states. With partnership, you can go on into 6 states or 7. There's value for everyone involved. And, you know, the last thing is impact, because you reach more people and the impact is sustaining or sustainable. So for us, we look, like I said, organizations that are like-minded and are interested in what we do, and we also reach out to other organizations. So I'll give you an example, for instance. Everybody knows MTN is a telecommunications and technology company. We do a lot of training for young people, the youth. And so what we do is we partner with organizations like Microsoft, Google, Cisco, IBM, and we bring them together, and they're able to train the young people in their thousands. My sister from the NHIA talked about us being in dealing in primary health care. I think if there's an organization that has walked through primary health care in Nigeria, it's MTN Foundation. Currently, we're working on 52, and I use this as an example of partnership, 52 primary health care centers across Nigeria. But the interesting thing is what we're doing there. So we're remodeling. In Nigeria, we have close to about 30,000 primary healthcare centers. Not up to 10,000 of them are functional. So we're remodeling in terms of the physical structure. We're putting in alternative power, solar and batteries. We're putting in a borehole, a solar-powered borehole in each of the primary healthcare centers. Because of the 52, it's only one. There's water in only one of the 52. So we're doing 51 solar-powered boreholes, and then we're equipping and we're providing consumables and training. But we realized that we couldn't do it alone. And so we partnered with organizations like the Private Health Sector Alliance of Nigeria, because they have boots on ground. They will do the monitoring and the evaluation and all of that. So for us, it's about like-mindedness, it's about scale, it's about impact, more about our communities than ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll go to SFH. So, Society for Family Health, you've been around forever, and you're doing everything now. You're just like BRAC. You know, you're doing virtually everything. But I want you to highlight your most successful initiative, you know. And I know you do things at community level. I want you to share the story of your most successful initiative, telling us the numbers and how you were able to overcome the challenges at community level.
All right, thank you very much. I'll only mention a few of those success stories here. A project started some time ago. That was in 2018. The name of the project is Integrity, and the focus of the project was to ensure proper family planning services in the country. It started in just 2 states, Lagos and Kaduna. And by the end of 4 years of the first phase of that project, the project was able to reach out to over 107,000 women of reproductive age, ensuring that they get to know and adopt a family planning services such that, because our belief is that a woman should not die in the process of giving birth to another life. So we want to ensure that they have proper orientation and also determine at what point do you think you're fit to give birth, not just at every time pregnancy sets in, you have only two options, either to terminate or to give birth, even when you're not ready financially or otherwise. So we looked at all of that and we said, no, we have to ensure that this come into the country and we're able to get this done. As a result of that, with the help of the donor, we were able to secure another funding that helped us to scale up to 11 states from just 2 states we started. Currently, the project is still ongoing in 11 states as we speak, including Borno State.
Wow.
Yes. Secondly, some time ago, Society for Family Health carried out a research, and there was a finding that some of the rural community PHCs are becoming obsolete, dilapidated structure-wise, and even the facility, the equipment inside. And again, the personnel are no longer there. So it became a project for us that we'll take it upon ourselves, we'll give it a facelift, we'll recruit personnel to that place and carry out the basic service that is required in those facilities. And the project has been on for close to 5 years now, and that is in about 4 states as we speak now. And the plan is that we're also looking at the possibility of getting more funding to be able to scale up, because there are many more facilities like that, especially in the north. And those are things that we are also looking at. Just last week, I was with my colleagues. We go into the community because one of our targets is to ensure that pupils get proper health care services. And we went into the community because it was during holiday before school resumed. Okay, last 2 weeks and last week, we carried out community health outreach where we screen pupils, children under 5 for nutrition, for malaria. We also provided family planning services to women of reproductive age. So there are quite a lot of projects currently ongoing. I just want to mention just a few of that for you to know that currently SFH is doing a lot to ensure that we have a proper health care coverage in the country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and well done to SFH. The next question will go to NHIA. So we know that health insurance is a buzzword, and people say for us to achieve universal health coverage, it means we have to go through the route of health insurance. How many people are covered by health insurance here? You have an HMO that is covering you, or the National Health Insurance Scheme. What has been your experience, good or bad? So I just wanted to hear that, because I know some are good and some will say bad. But anything that has the intonation of bad means we still have a long way to go. And, insurance, again, is in our culture. Insurance is not embedded in our culture. When you tell people, please buy health insurance, they say, I refuse to be ill. And people say they cannot pay for what they have not even got, the service they've not got. So how does NHIA plan to take insurance to the trenches, so that they can secure their finance, they can get out of doing out-of-pocket payment? We're not talking about the people here wearing jackets and all of that. How will NHIA take health insurance to the communities, to the trenches, so that when HLF says, I have this amount of money to spend, we can partner and look at reaching more people for a longer period of time?
Thank you very much for that question. I know one basic question that comes to mind is, NHIA has been there, what is the number of coverage? I want to say that from 2005, when the social insurance was formally launched, it was established on a very wrong foundation. Why do I say this? It was made optional. It wasn't made compulsory. So getting Nigerians into the health insurance was a huge tax on us. Even at the service aspect, the supply aspect, even the facilities were very reluctant to key into the NHI at the initial stage. But it's a good thing that, just before the President Buhari left, the act was passed into law, now making health insurance mandatory. And I want to ask this question that you have asked. How many of Law Foundation members are enrolled in the NHI? Because I saw very few hands up. So I think it's a responsibility on all of us to now know that it is mandatory. And why you have not seen us on the streets, enforcing it is because we just have a change of management and the new minister. A lot is going on to see how review can be made, both to the Act and the operational guideline that will operationalize the Act. But I want to say this, that health insurance, like you have rightly said, most black men or Nigerians don't believe in health insurance or anything insurance. It's been a huge tax on us to get people to enroll. Yes, the awareness is still very low, and this is why we are appealing to organizations like MTN, East Law Foundation. We really need to collaborate because it's one key aspect that the new DG of NHI, Dr. Kelechi Ohiri, is working on to see how we can do a lot to get the number, improved. And this is why, if you noticed, the health insurance has now been, localized, and the states have been empowered now to float their health insurance agencies in their state. Lagos State passed their law even before the federal government gave its mandate. So health insurance across the 36 states in Nigeria are now enforcing it on not only their former workers, but even the private organizations. And as I must say, MTN is not registered under NHI. And this is an opportunity for you to bring your workers to NHI. Yes, so it's a responsibility on all of us. We are present in all the 36 states at the national level, and all the states governments have established their NHI, like I have said. So we need to really talk to ourselves, even in our individual families. We are not taking it serious. When you go to people to campaign to them or to create awareness that it is important for you to know that when you carry a health insurance card, because e-health doesn't come with notice, it can happen at any time. But knowing the fact that once you fall ill, you have access to, service, is a way for you to even give you a mindset that, okay, I have access to it. And that is good enough. But people will tell you, what if I don't access it in a particular period? Are you going to refund the money? So it's been a very difficult task for us as an authority. But I want to say that going forward, like once the operational guideline is unveiled, nobody can operate in anything, just like you are having the national NIN, we are synchronizing with them. You cannot engage in anything, not even business, not even enrolling your child in school, not even we are getting to MTN, not even loading your card. Yes, you have to be enrolled. So because this is the only way.
On MTN's case this afternoon,
I love MTN. I love MTN. And why I'm saying this is that the responsibility is on all of us. It's a very serious thing. The responsibility is on all of us. And you know what we go through in our office. I'm sure you can buttress that. Where people rush to you thinking that you can provide magic to help at that critical state. People are nearly, dead to our office and they want to access help. That this is something they would have done if they have taken a health insurance. So the number is still very low. And we are aware of that. But now that it has been made mandatory, it's a question of having the political will to enforce it. And we have the numbers, and health is not cheap. We need to pool resources and share the risk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll go to Chai, Clinton Health Access Initiative. I know you're very big on vaccines, and we're talking about partnerships here. And I'm looking at an organization like HLF that has over 40,000 branches across the country. It's like a plug and play organization. You want to send a message about vaccine, you want to vaccinate children across the country. If you plug it in, you can get it in virtually every parish. You know what I mean. So I want to ask, how do you think we can drive that kind of partnership by which immunizations, vaccinations, strengthening of health systems, passing the message across, how do you think we can have that? We can do that together with you.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. I think it's very important because within the health space, partnerships, collaborations, and consortiums are very, very essential because we're driving towards one single goal at the end of the day. For vaccines delivery and for vaccines management, I would say a lot of the challenges usually exist around getting this to the last mile. So from the national level, the vaccines go to the states, then they go to the local government cold stores, and then they're distributed to the health facilities. And as MTN had mentioned, with the functionality of our PHCs, which is quite poor, we don't have that much reach in terms of the coverage that we would like and the spread to be able to ensure that these vaccines are able to reach the last mile. And when we look at access, I usually like to look at access from two angles. One, we look at access to health services from the geographical perspective, which can be either due to hard-to-reach terrains or maybe due to some conflict-stricken zones, like as we have in the north. Or then, if we look at financial access, which can also be a barrier, as the health insurance has mentioned, given the fact that we have over 70% of people paying out of pocket for health services. And so a key part of that, and I think a key area for collaboration, particularly with vaccines, will be looking at how we can leverage on strengthening the logistics frameworks that exist. Because if you look at what government has in terms of its resources to be able to get this to the last mile, either financial or even with the appropriate vehicles that they need to push these vaccines, you'll see that there's a dearth in terms of availability. And so this can be an opportunity where, encouragements are made for public-private partnerships where vaccine delivery can be moved, to the last mile, as well with some of the branches that you mentioned, looking at those areas, particularly with the wards, because if we look at the number of wards we have as the lowest, we say the lowest political unit, or we can look at it from the frame of a community. Not all the wards in Lagos, say for example, have one primary healthcare facility, although that's the attainment of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. Say for Lagos, for example, Lagos has 376 wards, and you have about 114 with no health facilities in them. And so in those kind of places, getting your vaccines to the last mile requires that you have to leverage on either your outreach services, which can either be once a week in most cases. And then you can then look at that in other states that don't even have a plethora of options like Lagos has when you go further to the north. And it's not far reaching to see why we see routine immunization coverage dwindling in those states. So I think that's a very, very key part in terms of looking at how can we work together in partnerships to strengthen logistics. A key example I'd like to mention that has been innovative, and I'm guessing most of us might be aware of that, is Zipline, which has been working in Kaduna and Cross River. And you can see that that has helped to bridge a particular gap in addressing areas that are either hard to reach or either conflict-ridden, that there are security challenges that exist. So looking at unlocking that logistics value chain would be an interesting part where we can start to look at potential engagements and partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll just take one question from the audience, if there is any. One question. Okay. Okay, let me take from the back. Okay, you can.
I want to thank God for this opportunity to bear our minds. My name is Pastor Steve Ujika. By the grace of God, concerning the issue of health, we have a lot of dissuasion from patronizing the NHIS. I remember there was a time we put in for that scheme. But when it was time to enjoy the facility, they told us that the insurance policy did not cover here, did not cover here, did not cover here. We went there with the mindset of, getting health. But at the end, comprehensive health. But at the end of the day, we discovered that it was a selective program. So that's a lot of dissuasion from the side of the public. So let NHIS take a good note of that so that people can be encouraged to patronize the scheme. God bless you.
Thank you. I'll take one more question. We'll take one more question.
Thank you very much. My name is Annette Akinshete. I'm Dr. Annette Akinshete. I'm the National Director and the CEO of Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria. I know MTN Foundation very well. We've worked for a long time. I just first of all want to say big thank you to His Love Foundation, because as usual, you've come in to fill that gap. There's always a gap, and that's what they do so well, jumping in to fill that gap. I think the challenge is for all of us. These panelists, you've done a great job, but there's no way you can deal with it in this short time, all of it in this short time. Health is developmental. We need to stop seeing health as a waste basket. Sometimes that's what persons tell you. Health is developmental. Health is wealth. Without health, there's nothing we can do as a nation. So we need to get it first. First, if you lose health, that's when you know that there's a problem. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. So, and this issue of collaboration, partnership, we're talking more and more about. So my challenge is to all of you, on all the panelists here. Our attention is really focused on NHIA. It used to be NHIS when it was first, the scheme came out in 2005. But like you said very correctly, it was on a very weak foundation. It was with good intention. I think at the time, the persons involved were sent to all parts of the world. They studied NHI and I don't know, the system in the UK, America, and so on. NHS and so on. But I want to just focus on this bit, that this business of pre-existing conditions, it's really affecting those who have non-communicable diseases, hypertension, diabetes, cancers, and my own space, sickle cell disorder. Nigeria is the sickle cell capital of the world. So I think we should really look at ensuring that these, mostly children, are taken care of. So laws need to be put in place. And collaboration, SFH, you've been doing a lot of work. Look at educating the communities for health insurance. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I would like to say a very big thank you to everybody on the panel for taking our time to be with us. Thank you very much.
Say that again, they didn't hear you. Those are the students of Bethesda Home and School for the Visually Impaired. Please give them a warm round of applause. They can see with their hearts and their minds, but not their eyes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Pastor Jinodu to make a presentation to two of our panelists, and Pastor Trevor Akindele would make a presentation to the remaining three. Whichever of them is available now, please. Thank you. So you present to this too. Which one are you? What's the name on it? What's the name on your plaque? No, what's the name on your plaque? Oh, it's the same, okay. All right, go ahead. Just go ahead. Don't worry, there are no names on it. All right. But, you're presenting to her and to him. And the last but not the least, Hajia, please step this way. Hajia, please to my left or to your left. All right. Now, the final one. No, sorry. One more. To the panel, to the moderator. And then all of us will hold our plaques and take a picture with Pastor Akindele and Pastor Jinodu. All right, can we all come together to the center now? Please don't go yet. Please stand right in the middle. Pastor Jinodu and Pastor Akindele. Pastor Idu Iliomade, please join us upstage. Sorry, one of you has to come this way. Okay, that's better. Thank you. Pastor Bayo Lugbemi, please join us up for the photograph. He's representing the Continental Overseer for Continent 3. Thank you, NHIA. Thank you, Society for Family Health. Thank you, MTN Foundation. Thank you, Clinton Health Initiative. And thank you, Dr. Oyalo. Please give all of them a warm round of applause. And we're going right on to the final panel, which is on entrepreneurship. And before that, as has become the norm, we will take a short documentary. If it's ready, please play now. Thank you.
I'm Oluwayemi Segun, 25 years old. I'm a student of Redeemer University studying accounting.
My name is Dr. Bakari. I am in Group 2 and I am 14 years old.
My name is Gabriel. I'm 11 years old.
My name is Adashegun Samuel Shitu. I'm in Redeemer University studying political science.
With 2,284,712 pupils and students in primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions across Nigeria impacted, we made clear our belief that education is a human right and an instrument to propel our youth towards the right direction and for inclusive and stable society. But we still have 1 in every 3 children out of school, totaling 10.2 million children at the primary level and 8.1 million at the junior secondary school. This is according to the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF. That's why we established Free School to support indigent students with free tuition, free books, free uniforms, and free meals. They include Redeemer's Fortress School, Okuzu, Anambra State, Hope Center, Makuku, Lagos, the Redeemer's Nursery and Primary School, Ibejuleki, the Redeemer's Junior Secondary School, Redeemer's Senior Secondary School, Lekki Peninsula, the Redeemer's Glorious Seed Academy and Resettlement Community Junior Secondary School, Etiosa East Local Council Development Areas, Lagos State. In all, we have executed 38,112 projects in education, spending 2,337,185,694 naira, while impacting 2,284,712 young people. To encourage academic excellence and meritorious service towards teaching of our youth, we endowed the Enoch Adeboye Professional Chairs in 5 Nigerian universities, including the University of Nigeria Nsukka, University of Lagos Akoka, University of Ibadan, University of Jos, and Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. The ultimate beneficiaries are the youth.
My name is Idris Gabriel. I'm a bona fide student of Redeemer University,
study history and international studies, and I came out with a 2-1.
And yes, we want to open more doors of access for young people, the torchbearers of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. But the resources are enormous. That's why we now seek your partnership. If you can commit to give 1,000 naira every month, yes, 1,000 naira, you are a partner. And guess what? If you commit 12,000 naira at once, you'll get 1 million naira personal accident insurance. And that covers both road and domestic accidents. Plus 100,000 naira reimbursement for medical expenses, courtesy our insurance partners. For details, visit our website. His Love Foundation. Love in action. His Love Foundation has also embarked on strategic social enterprise.
Fund, Mrs. Feisha Alayande, please put your hands together for her. How come you guys never blew me a kiss? And I acknowledge your presence. Please blow me a kiss. Good. I appreciate you too. Good. We're going to have the country director, United States African Development Foundation, Mr. Andrew Echono. And last, we're also going to have Mr. Tola Oni, a partner of the GIZ, under the platform of the German Government Partnership. Please put your hands together for Mr. Oni. And the founder of Macintosh Consulting, Mrs. Tosi Ifesanya. And this panel will be moderated by the founder of Donors for Africa, Mrs. Chidi Cold Sweat. Thank you, Mrs. Cold Sweat. I don't think we have Mrs. Ifesanya here. So, Madam Moderator, you're all by yourself. Your panelists are on the other side across the Niger. Your time starts now. Over to you.
Awesome. Okay.
I just want to move.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you all so much for staying up until this time. So I know the last sessions are usually the sessions where everybody is tired. So I'm going to take us all back to primary school. So on your seat, you're going to stretch, and you're going to look at your fingers, and you're going to say, mini-me. You do that to the left, you do that to the right, you do that up, okay? Yes, we're going back to school. 1, 2, 3, go. Mini-me. 1, 2, 3, go. Mini-me. 1, 2, 3, go. Mini-me. And then on the count of 3, we're going to shout His Love Foundation. 1, 2, 3, go. Put your hands together for yourselves. Excellent. So we are back on track and awake. And we love you too. So it's been an amazing session so far. And I'm going to try to hit the nail right on the head so that we can get the most out of tonight's or the last session for today. And the first person I want to have a conversation with is Faye. I'm very conversant with the amazing work Faye does. And just last week or 2 weeks ago, we were together at the launch of the Female Founders and Funders program. Faye is the ED or ES of LSCTF. And you have done remarkable work driving entrepreneurship, driving innovation in Lagos and across Africa. And I know that if you look at the work that the foundation has done, there are quite a lot of similarities in terms of their upskilling programs, the skill acquisition programs. So I just wanted you to share with us, first off, what are some of the success rates you have experienced with that program? 2, how has the reintegration into the job market, because that's the essence of the trainings, how has that been? And then 3, what are the possible collaborations you see? Is there a way to connect the graduates from this program into this program? Like, what do you see are potential possibilities with a potential collaboration with the organizations?
Fantastic. That's like 3 questions.
Yes.
Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Try tapping the top.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. So that's like 3 questions in one. But thank you very much. Good afternoon again, everyone. Good afternoon, Pastor. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Feisha Alayonde, like introduced. So thank you for the questions. So I know you went straight into employability, but if I can just backtrack a little bit. So trainings and employability are one program out of the 4 that we run at LSETF. And please, LSETF stands for Employment Trust Fund. I always have to correct people that it's not education, it's not environmental, it's Employment Trust Fund. And our mandate is simple, to create job opportunities in Lagos State. So like I said, the 4 programs we've run are access to capital, and I wouldn't go into much detail. It's basically finance, and we give loans from 50,000 to 5 million, depending on your market size, your turnover, and your business. So that's focused on entrepreneurs. And then the second one is Lagos Innovates, and that's the tech arm that you had mentioned, rightfully so. And that's targeted at youth or anyone in the tech startup space. In any invention, any idea you have, we partner with you to see how we can scale that idea and link you up with investors. The third arm is business support, and that's a very important one because we say not everything is about money, right? So beyond access to capital, what are those skill set an entrepreneur needs to set them up for success? What are those sustainable goals that they need to be aware of to make sure their business outlives them and to the next generation? So that's business support. And then the last program, which is what you mentioned, employability. And I'm really glad you went straight into that because we keep saying not everyone is called out for entrepreneurship, give or take. We're saying that some people are okay being employees and whatnot, but what are those skills? What are those skills they need to actually either make them an entrepreneur? Should I carry on? Okay, thank you. What are those skills? You didn't do anything, but I'll say thank you to you. What are those skills they require to be gainfully employed or to make sure their business is sustainable? Now to the question. One thing we say at LSETF is it's beyond acquiring the skills. We also need to make sure that we find the right partners to not only train them, but the right partners. Thank you. Much better. So I was saying that we find the right partners to make sure that they also are gainfully employed, i.e. they can actually find a job. So the programs you highlighted and areas for collaboration, like I said, our programs are open to anyone in Lagos State. So we partner with the likes of GIZ, USADF, other foundations locally to Lagos and outside Lagos. And we say they are a pipeline to the programs that we run. We're not sector agnostic. Right now we have trainings in technology, digital marketing skills. We have training in business support. We have training in adequate bookkeeping. Any skill that is relevant to help anyone get a job, we're partnering with you. Last week, we got a proposal to partner with someone that wanted to teach on solar panel implementation. And it's such a fantastic idea because they're looking to train 1,000 people. So without those collaborations and without those partnerships, we won't be able to do any work, whether it's on the public side, whether it's on the private side. So for the programs that, His Love Foundation runs, I think it's right up our street, and we are open to those partnerships. Please bring your people our way. www.lsetf.ng, that is our website. We would find opportunities for them as that's our mandate, and we will deliver on that mandate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can please put our hands together for that. And what it simply means is you can send an email right away to, remind her to say, oh, dear Faye, following up on this conversation, this is our email. We'll be coming back to you by COB tomorrow with the proposal so that you can get things going. Awesome. I want to quickly come to GIZ. So many people may not be aware of the depth of work GIZ does from illegal migration. I mean, I was on an illegal migration project, and you awarded 158,000 euros to some organizations here in Nigeria. Now I'm asking myself, you do a lot of work also for reintegration of people who just came back into the country, for jobs and things like that. How can HIS or HIF position the foundation to be a beneficiary of such grants? What would you, based off on the remarkable work they've done over the years, what would you say is the best approach they can take to be fundable? Because like they said, they do remarkable work, the collaborations, the integrity is there, but sometimes just access to a little bit more money can make a huge difference. So just tell us a bit about GIZ, and then maybe you can go into potential collaborations.
All right, thank you very much, and greetings everyone. First, I want to commend the foundation. You've done fantastically well. When I got the invitation, the first thing I did actually was to Google and go online and look for the foundation. And all the documentaries you showed there, I also watched them online before coming here. So it's really, really commendable. And interestingly, your numbers are in millions of impact, and that's very outstanding. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm not direct from GIZ, but I'm a partner with GIZ. And it's going to be leverage for your foundation, because I'm also someone who has worked with GIZ over the years as a partner. So I'm going to lead you on how you can become a partner with GIZ. However, one of the core areas of GIZ is economic development and employment. And like the moderator mentioned, GIZ is actually really interested in immigrants, deportees as well, as the case may be. Because the highest number, for instance, of people who are seeking asylum in Germany as we speak now are Nigerians. And that's very interesting for obvious reasons. Yes. And we actually have a number of deportees as well from Germany who are coming back into Nigeria. And GIZ is very interested in ensuring that those people that come back into the country are properly absorbed back into the system and made economically viable. Apart from that, apart from the returnees or immigrants as the case may be, GIZ, like I mentioned, the number one thing is economic development and employment. And we know there are two routes, just like the madam from LSSF mentioned, into employment. Either you go through the entrepreneurship route or going to core employment route. So GIZ works on both dimensions, both employability and entrepreneurship. For instance, for entrepreneurship, we run a program called ICSS. ICSS means Inspire, Create, Start, Scale. Inspire, Create, Start, Scale. It's a robust, very robust and rich training for those who want to go into entrepreneurship. Because we discovered that one of the biggest gaps we have in Nigeria, many people think is access to finance. Yes, access to finance is one of the biggest gaps we have when it comes to starting businesses and doing businesses. But we actually discovered through research that the main challenge we have in Nigeria is not access to funds, but actually knowledge, training, and empowerment, the human capability and capacity. So GIZ is very interested in that. As well, not taking for granted the fact that we also need access to funding. Like you mentioned at an event, GIZ gave some grants out to some people. Yes, truly, we know that after you've been trained and well-equipped, you then need access to funding. And GIZ also provides such opportunities. So how do you assess grants and opportunities for GIZ? Usually we have what we call the NOFO. That's a notice for grants, you understand? It's usually on the GIZ systems and website. You check, it comes in periodically in the year, and you have all the templates and documents there on how to apply. I also want to include this. From what I've studied so far about HIL and what I've seen, HIL is fund ready. There's what we call fund readiness or grant readiness. Your accountability is strong. Your reporting system is strong. You have history of impact you've made. So I believe you are grant ready. Yes, because grant readiness is very, very key to non-governmental organizations, just like fund readiness is very, very key to those who are in business. And I'm willing to guide HIA through this process of assessing grants, not only from GIZ, but even from other organizations. Like, I also work with LSCTF as well. I also work with USADF as well. So I'm ready to guide you through the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together. See how we are sealing all the deals. HIF Foundation, are you not excited? I want to hear you. Are you not excited? Yes. That's the way forward. So while we are still talking about funding, let me quickly come to USADF, United States African Development Foundation Funds. Most of the funding you do are community-based interventions. Does HIF qualify as a community-based intervention? Are they bigger than a community-based intervention? Can you please shed more light on USADF's role and how you think you can work with us?
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here today. Prior to my invitation for this event, I can boast of not knowing anything about HIS. But after the invitation, I took time to research, and I was all inspired as to the level of attainment.
Absolutely.
And even coming here today and walking through that hallway with banners, showing data of achievements, I just wished we had more of entities like HIS. For me, HIS feels like a government. Because if you have that much dialysis centers across the country, we don't have that much across teaching hospitals across the country. If you check, and that's a fact. So I really want to appreciate the effort of HIS.
HLF, sorry.
Oh, so it's HLS, sorry.
It's Love Foundation.
It's Love, okay. So HLS. To tell you that I still don't know so much. So really appreciate the effort. Now, as to whether HLS qualifies, when I describe where we work, then you will be able to judge whether HLS qualifies. But that's not to say, HLS doesn't qualify. So as an agency, we believe in community-based intervention. And so what we do is we fund grassroots entities, community-based organizations based in rural, very hard-to-reach communities across Nigeria, providing them with seed capital and local technical support because we believe that the only way to develop our rural communities is through entrepreneurship. And so USADF as an agency provides grants to support rural entities to grow their enterprise and provide for their needs. Early in the day, I listened to the panel talking about homegrown school feeding program, and I realized that for that program, we take food directly to the communities and then give to children. What ADS believe in is, looking at those communities, looking at the adults in those communities and providing them grants in the form of a cooperative so that they can grow the food that they need as an organization or as a group. And so that is what we've been doing over the years, in addition to funding grants in off-grid energy and then youth-led enterprises and our job training program. We are partnering with LSCTF. So HLS definitely would fall into the category of providing job skill program if you currently do that. And ADF is very open to accepting applications, of course, in collaboration with LSCTF. And thankfully, HLF is based in Lagos, so it's even, it even ties in very closely. And then, we have ES of LSCTF sitting right here, which makes things, a little easier. And so, USADF is open to applications from all entities across the country. And because we know that when we give a grant to an entity, we're not looking at the entity we are giving that award, but the communities that eventually benefit from that. So if, for example, this is the posh area of Lagos, this is VI, when we give HLF a grant, HLF will go to rural communities, the kind of people we see on the board that really need these interventions. And so when we see a good project that will impact the rural communities across the country, we will not hesitate as an agency, to fund that. And we are open to discussions even after this conference. Thank you.
Awesome. Just to clarify, what's the highest amount? Is it $10,000 or more?
So we have different categories of award, the maximum being $250,000. Yeah, so we have small grants between $10,000 and $50,000 to try innovative ideas from young people. As we know, these days it's hard to get funding to test an idea.
Yes.
USADF actually does that by providing grants of up to $50,000 for young people to test, their ideas. And if it works, we scale up those ideas. And then we have grants of between $100,000 and $250,000. A maximum of $100,000 for new entrants, for entities that we are just interacting with. We do not want to invest so much until we've known their capacity or to build their capacity. After building their capacity and they show promise, then ADF is ready to fund up to $250,000.
Excellent. And I mean, while we're still talking about money, I just wanted to say you could also explore the Google grant. They give a grant of as high as $250,000 as well for projects such as yours. And you already overqualify just based on the quality of work that you have done over the years. And I want to quickly come back to the conversation on collaboration. And when you were speaking, you said you're just hearing about the foundation. And if you can weigh in here, right, what do you think is the connection between drawing attention to the work that they do and finding the right collaborators or partners? Because let's not also forget that it's a faith-based organization, and I know that many a times there's usually a holdback when it comes to putting information about the amazing work that you're doing. So what would you recommend based off on your experience in terms of how can they continue to draw attention to the work that they do so that they can open themselves up for more collaborations?
So I think events like this are definitely a good start. For example, when I got the invitation, I'd heard about the foundation before, so I wasn't new to it. But a lot of people in my office hadn't, and they were like, oh, but it's a church. And I'm like, yes, so why can't we be there?
Absolutely.
So I think it's hosting events like this and then attending events like this as well. Yeah. Another thing I was going to say from a collaboration point of view is I don't know if you have, I think I spoke to somebody that's a program officer. So that kind of person who would be tasked with bringing in the monies should actually work with other agencies like ourselves to see where they can learn. Yes. So for example, case in point, I currently have some members of my team working with Faith Foundation to take lessons learned. So even we are learning from other foundations. So there's no reason why you can't do that collaboration. Absolutely. So they know, okay, what have you guys done to access USADF funds? What have we done to access GIZ funds? And that way, the message starts getting across, and then attending events such as these. We have an employment summit coming up. I have to pull that plug out there in May 30th. We'll definitely send an invite. So please make sure your people attend as well, because that's the only way people can get to hear about the work the foundation is doing. So I'll just say keep putting feelers out there. And then social media, of course. You can't underestimate the power of social media.
Thank you so much. Would you like to make an addition?
Yes, she's very correct. And your program, your people should network, very important. I remember I mentioned earlier being grant ready. You are grant ready. And I think through those networks and also online, through the platforms, which I can share with you after now, you can have information about grants and have a grant calendar for the year where you can always apply for grants as they come forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a question, or was this so well done that you totally get everything? Okay. Yes, please. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ambassador Piegbe Emmanuel. I want to find out, and the question goes directly to the ES. You said the employment summit is coming up in May. Is it actually for only Lagos people, number one? And number two goes to the GIZ rep there. Sir, can you make it more public, the grant calendar you're talking about, so that other people outside Lagos State, I am from Rivers State, Port Harcourt, so also benefit from this. Thank you and God bless you.
I'm sorry about the grant calendar. It has to be through engagement. You need to connect with them and get further details. It wouldn't be appropriate to make it public. I hope I'm right.
Well, you're correct. Actually, grant calendars, when you run an NGO, you develop one yourself. You get it. And when you go for meetings and networking, you get to hear about different grants.
Yes.
You get my point. However, there's certain platforms through where you can know about grants. One of them is Fund for NGOs. You can Google Fund for NGOs.
Yeah.
You understand? They have a free subscription and paid subscription. I advise NGOs to go for the paid subscription. So from platforms like that and others, you can develop your own grant calendar. So grant calendars are customized according to the organization's goals.
Needs.
Thank you, or needs. Thank you.
And just to add to what he has also said, you also have Fast Forward. Fast Forward is a much more global one, and they actually have a page with over 500 organizations funding different things and the amounts of money that they fund. And opportunitydesk.org is also another one you could explore. Let's quickly take Faye's response before we close.
Fantastic, thank you. So to your question, it's actually open to everyone in Lagos, in and outside Lagos. We have no barriers. So I would say residents of Lagos know I'm from Lagos. But I wanted to add something on the topic of collaboration. So I only just joined LSCTF in January, so I'm still new and I'm learning every day. Would you believe that we had a message from Enugu State government saying that they wanted to copy what we're doing, and we're actually now helping them to develop an employment trust fund for their state. So collaboration is beyond Lagos. It's while learning every single day. So I just thought I'll add that in there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to foster what you said, collaboration is key. You understand? I've met Andrew, and I just know yourself. It's through collaboration. I've not met Faye, but I've met the former ES. I've met Matt, you and GD. You see, so collaboration is key. And one of the critical skills you need to succeed in the 21st century is collaboration. So please, let's collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we hope we've been able to convince you on the importance of collaborations. Yes, please. There's one more. Okay, sorry, my bad. So there's one more question.
Yeah, please. My name is Pastor Jide Ashubioju. I want to appreciate the organizer of this program. And I think this program actually defines his love foundation. And from here, I got the love of the foundation. The L stands for living, and the O stands for on, and the V stands for veritable, and the E stands for eternal foundation. So living, that is living on veritable eternal foundations, and which the collaboration we have here has actually taken the input. But the last collaborator in this program could have given us more. Those of us outside Lagos State should have a way of reaching out to you, because we all know that we're all involved in collaborating in making the society better, particularly for those who are still under, a privilege. So please, we want to have clear-cut idea of how we can reach out to you after this place. The Lord bless us, and the Lord bless His Love Foundation.
Amen. Okay, thank you so much. Well, we want to say a big thank you for having us, and to also reiterate that collaboration, sometimes it's not just money, sometimes it's intellectual exchange, sometimes it's shadowing. A boss shadows another boss to see how they carry out business. Sometimes it's the admin shadowing another admin, because collaboration is far more than just money. And we hope that this conference has reiterated the need for not just us collaborating as, interstates, but also collaborating within ourselves in terms of exchange of skills, knowledge, information that we already have. And on that note, we want to say a big thank you to His Love Foundation, and we hope that we'll see 2.0 of this conference next year, and would also be delighted to join you again next year. Faye has something to say.
Sorry, just one thing. I never waste the opportunity to speak to young people. So to the guys over there, I don't know what you're doing right now, but I can see you're in uniform. Please, 2 things I want to leave you guys with. In everything you're doing, always ensure you're adding value. Everything you're doing. And the second thing is, any idea you have is not too small. Write it down and build on that idea. It's important, because the world you're living in now is a lot tougher than we were growing up. So write your idea down, build on that idea, and please make sure you're adding value. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As is practice, now. Prof and Pastor, Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Pastor Kayode Kwiton to do us the honors of presenting plaques to the panelists. No, just go ahead. You don't need to say anything. Just for the photograph. Sir, you're presenting the next round. And all right, so Engineer Ayodele will present to all right, Engineer Ayodele, please step forward to present the final two and to the moderator. Pastor Kwiton, please don't leave just yet. We're going to take a photograph with everyone. All right, please, let's aggregate as aggregators that we are at the center for a group photograph. Can I have ESLS here? Please come to this side. Thank you for balance. Sorry, Pastor Iluyomade, please join. Please, I forgot that. Pastor Idowu Iluyomade, please join us. Pastor Idowu Iluyomade, please join us. And Professor Don, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. At River State, you have the opportunity to have a tete-a-tete with the panelists to learn from Lagos, because Lagos is the center of excellence. If he didn't day, he didn't day. Yendeba. Or we'll simply tell you to day your day so that we can day our day. Ladies and gentlemen, for the closing remarks, I'd like to invite Dr. Yetunde Ayo Oyalawo and Pastor Detola will give us a short closing prayer right after the vote of thanks. Please give a warm round of applause to Dr. Ayo Oyalawo.
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon once again, everybody, and thank you for being with us here today. We want to thank you for giving your time and listening to all the things that the discussions we've had today. And we know that this gathering, a lot of things have happened. This is fertile ground, and we have sowed on fertile ground, and we know that it will grow. So immediately after this, and going further, we want us to foster collaborations, engagements, talk to each other, and see how we can partner in different ways, as Chidi said, not only in money, but in expertise, in knowledge sharing, and see how we can move things forward for the furtherance of the human race, and especially for our humanity. Thank you very much, and see you again next year.
Since I didn't get to get a plaque for doing the closing remark, I will award myself one, right? Okay. It's been a very wonderful day and wonderful program. My name is not Detola Akiremi. My name is Taiwo Oshinusi, actually. And I had to step in for Pastor Detola. For every good thing that occurs must also have an ending. When we are ending now, we are not ending here. And let us just rise up to our feet and just appreciate God for what God has been able to do for us today. Because it is God that begins, it's God that stays in the middle, and it's God that ends. So we just want to say, in the mighty name of Jesus, Father, we want to say a very big thank you to you. Thank you for making today possible. Thank you for everything that has been done here. That throughout this entire exercise, we did not get any alarm raised. It's only by your grace that this does not happen. We are grateful that everything that we have learned here today, you will give us the capacity to be able to take it further. Lord, to the different networkings and to all of us who are departing to our different homes, we ask, oh God, that you go ahead of us, you go with us, and you go behind us in the mighty name of Jesus. At the end of it all the glory belongs to you, and give us all of the blessings. So shall it be. In Jesus' name.
Right back at you. All right, I'd like to invite all our panelists to please come forward with their plaques, and Professor Don and Pastor Ilu Yomade, all of our panelists, entrepreneurship, health, and education, all of you, if you're still around, please. Executive Director, MTN Foundation, Executive Secretary, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, representative from USADF, from Clinton Health Access Initiative, National Health Insurance Authority. All of our panelists, please come forward for a quick photograph now. Right after that, we're going to take a photograph with all the CSR pastors of RCCG. So can we please have our panelists, first of all, Dr. Ayo Oyalowo, Mrs. Cold Sweat. Please, all of you, please come to the front now for a group photograph. All of our panelists, please. Mrs. Aisha Abubakar. All of our panelists, please. Panelists. Mrs. Soya, Mrs. Alayode, Mr. Tola Oni, Mrs. Aisha Abubakar. Can we have all of our panelists, please? Immediately after that, all the CSR pastors of RCCG will come forward for a group photograph. Pastor Idowu Ilu Yomade and Professor Don, please come up now. Thank you.
The United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals is built on the principle of leaving no one behind. These goals are at the core of our social responsibility. We are His Love Foundation, a global charity. In healthcare and well-being, for instance, we have donated intensive care units to 4 teaching hospitals. These include Lagos State University Teaching Hospital.
They renovated the place, gave us some equipment, monitoring equipment, changed the beds, did the lighting and the flooring.
It was actually very, very gratifying.
Plateau Specialist Hospital, Jos.
Really appreciate what they have done. They have turned around everything that was old. Now a new one has come in.
University of Medical Science Teaching Hospital, Ondo.
They are very recent machines. So this one is specifically for patients who will require intensive care units and will also require renal support.
and Health Center Mowe, Ogun State. We built the Healing Stripes Hospital, opening with 10 dialysis machines, offering dialysis at subsidized rates and a lot of times free of charge.
I want to thank God for the hospital, Healing Scribe, for how they have helped me. And if not for them, I wouldn't have been alive today.
Collaborating with hospitals across the globe for critical surgeries and kidney transplantation. With 828 million people going to bed every night hungry, according to the United Nations, we have opened free daily feeding centers where the hungry could eat once a day, free of charge.
I've been coming here for 7 days. The food they always give us is plenty.
I don't come here for 2 weeks. The food good, the chop well.
And 49,311 centers across Nigeria for collection of food items free every Sunday. Plus, feeding 50 million people outside Nigeria since 2018. At KDAM, we are rehabilitating victims of drug addiction.
I was a poly drug addict until finally I got introduced to cocaine.
December 1969, I had a taste of tobacco for the first time. By 1983, I entered coke, and that was the end of the story.
I appreciate KDAM for making me to find Christ, in whom I find purpose.
I got fed up and I was contemplating suicide. It was that time that I met KDAM.
Supporting prisoners' education from O-level, GCE to tertiary institutions.
I'm studying peace studies and conflict resolution. I want to become a peacemaker in society.
Built an ICT center, a chapel, and a library, while providing 5,000 meals for them every Sunday. Refurbished and equipped their hospital, provided an ambulance, a power generating set, plus 48 solar-powered lights. We're passionate about quality education for indigent children, building free schools, providing free meals and uniforms to pupils with disabilities.
Thank God for HLF. Now I can speak English and read.
And for those without clean water, we have constructed 8,698 boreholes.
We have been very happy with the water here. Even our wives, our children, they are all very happy.
His Love Foundation has also embarked on strategic social enterprise, an intensive vocational training and empowerment program in various fields.
It was a 5-week training, and we were trained on the best international practices on masonry and construction.
We have trained 530,360 young people on these vocations as at April 2024. In all, we have executed 2,199,480 projects in 6 years. With 70.9 billion naira spent, we still want to do more. We are now reaching out for partners. If you can commit to give 1,000 naira every month or 12,000 naira for 1 year, you are a partner. If you commit 12,000 naira at once, you'll get 1 million naira personal accident insurance, plus 100,000 naira reimbursement for medical expenses, courtesy our insurance partners. For details, visit our website. His Love Foundation.